in mourning, with every reason to be mourning, without a doubt. We lost Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma on the 8th of February 2025, and this is a date that a lot of us didn't anticipate would come to us as soon as it did, but alas, it came and he went. And so yesterday was Friday the 28th of February.
Yes.
And yesterday Dr. Sam Nujoma was honored in a memorial service with various dignitaries.
Yes.
The Namibian public, the people were grieving, they were singing. Madame Kovambo Nujoma, Ifike Punya Pohamba, His Excellency, former President, Madame Monica Gengos, former First Lady. Everyone was there because everyone was influenced in some shape or manner by Sam Nujoma. I'm sorry, Anna, you know this. When you are grieving, you tend to let it all out before you give space, but allow me to give you space. How was yesterday for you?
Yesterday was, it was both sad and very, I think, I don't know what the right word is. It was good to see that a large amount of people from all corners of this world, from all walks of life, came out to pay homage to Tatekulu. I think also perhaps we must also recognize some of the heads of states that were there. Joao Lourenco was there from Angola, His Excellency Emerson Mnangagwa was there from Zimbabwe. ANC sent Fikile Mbalula to represent, and Secretary General.
Former Minister of Police as well.
So my heart was at peace to see this man had such a great impact. Even the small children, they were there, they were singing. We got blessed with rain yesterday.
And that's can we just sit on that for a while, because I understand and I know with good right that we have international viewers, and it is important for them to understand that rain does not mean the same everywhere.
Yes.
In Africa, rain is always a blessing.
Always.
And when those rains came through, we really felt like the day was blessed. Shortly we'll be playing a montage of yesterday's visuals, and in there you'll be able to see people singing in the rain. And that is something that is just so powerful, so African. But how else do we mourn an African pioneer? Please continue, Anna.
And I think, the fact that people were championing the rains and the wet weather, I think it's a spirit of resilience, and that was what Tatekulu was all about. He showed us that through it all, you need to be determined, you need to fight through it, you need to be resilient no matter your circumstances. And I think yesterday was really an epitome of everything that Tatekulu stood for.
Given our vocation, we tend to be vessels for other people's voices, and in the process we forget to understand, document, archive our own experiences as people who have the privilege and the honor to be presenting to the Namibian nation at such a time. But yesterday, for example, you spoke to Maggie Mbako.
Yes.
Tell me about that interview. How was that for you?
That interview was so great. She narrated to us so beautifully her experience with Tatekulu, their family ties, the lessons that she had learned from him. And, she said a lot of very touching. She had a lot of touching recalls of her experience. Tatekulu stood for health. Tatekulu stood for education, as she said in her statement when she was talking to me. And everything that she said, I was replaying it back. For example, the health. I saw a video just the other day on social media, and Tatekulu was in Kari. He was speaking at, I think, a public gathering or maybe a rally. I'm not sure what the occasion was, but in that occasion, he was encouraging Namibians to stop drinking alcohol, to stop with the liquor, because not apparently, this is what he said, if you are under the influence of alcohol, you cannot defend our nation. Yes.
Sober minds.
Sober minds.
And you know that, it's it takes a lot to also be concerned about such a thing, and to have a holistic approach to freedom, you know, to have a holistic approach to understanding what it means to bring up the Namibian nation the right way. We live in a society, not just Namibia, you know, across borders, where alcohol is a real inhibiting factor with regards to how people function, with regards to how people abuse alcohol. It really is a limiting factor in many ways, and to see Tatekulu be concerned about things that, you know, other people might not be concerned about unless they're just thinking about, you know, if there's alcohol that's entering the country, you know, if there's alcohol that the country is selling. How did you feel about what you were witnessing yesterday? I mean, in the sense of some of the speeches, were there any quotables, any moments that you felt were that really, you know, resonated with you, or really, you know, landed
I think
on the heart?
for me, it's Mekulu's speech. When she told of their love story and where they met. She said they met in Falfish Bay, and their love was in a time of segregation. So they were not even allowed to be together, but they still found time to be together.
That is beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, here is a montage on Friday the 28th of February, the memorial service of the late Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma.
Bring that one in.
This one.
So,
Ready
so
to
now, yeah. So now, you won't hear anything because this laptop is, the sound is connected there to the HDMI.
Ingrid, are you in control of this screen? Is that where you're getting your content? Yeah. Okay.
As we mourn the passing of the former president, we should ask ourselves some critical important questions, including what we must do to continue consolidating our party's unity, strengthen our constitutional democracy, constantly renew and vindicate our commitments for the well-being and the prosperity
still with us on NTV as we honor the late Sam Shafi Shuna Nujoma.
Yes.
Yes, so today is the burial, Anna.
Today
We
is
went
the
through the
burial.
memorial. We're still going to be giving you highlights from the memorial, but today is the burial.
Yes. So it's happening at Acre. Members of the public were expected to arrive at 6, so I'm assuming they are already there. There was public transport provided by City of Windhoek, and in collaboration with the MICT, they put out a statement indicating all the bus stops. So please do note that the transport is not only to go to Acre, it's also to come from Acre. Around 10, maybe let me bring it down. At around 7:25, dignitaries are expected to arrive,
Yes.
members of the diplomatic corps, and then only at 10 will the order of the procession then start.
Yes, and also there's only going to be one speech.
Yeah.
Today it's going to be by the Chief Mourner, President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. So it's going to be a very pragmatic procession.
Yes.
The mausoleums, for those who don't know, were unveiled to us very recently. We saw them fully in their full functionality at the burial of Dr. Hageji Gengop, where Dr. Sam Nujoma was as well. And by that time, Dr. Sam Nujoma would have seen the mausoleum that we will be laying him to rest in today. But as we'll be getting into more details with regards to today, but some reflections on yesterday, particularly from Madame Kovambo Nujoma.
Yeah, so before the break, we were talking about that, and I said that what really touched me was how she spoke of their love. I think it's important to note that Madame Kovambo's speech was read by Dr. Nashilongo Shivute, and I just have a small quote of what I was referring to. Ours was a love that rose above the barriers of tribal segregation, a love that stood the test of time against colonial subjugation and the laws of divide and rule. We married on the 6th of May 1956, united not only by our love but also by a shared vision for a free and independent Namibia. Then she continued to say that my husband will forever remain in our hearts. Your legacy will remain a shining light that I commit to pass down through generations to come. Yeah.
Truly beautiful. Here are some excerpts from that exact speech.
Allow me to share some thoughts about my husband, the love of my life, my protector, a visionary leader, a father and grandfather, a truly an African icon. He would call me Mekulu, and I would call him Presidente. It was during the apartheid era in the early 1950s when racial segregation was at its fiercest that I met the young Sam Nujoma. I was visiting Balfour's Bay, and there he was, a young, vibrant, dynamic, and wise man. Excuse me. A young, dynamic, vibrant, and wise man whose presence commanded attention. Despite the divisive atmosphere of those times, we found love. Ours was a love that rose above the barriers of tribal segregation. A love that stood the test of time against colonial subjugation and the laws of divide and rule. We married on 6 May 1956, united not only by our love, but also by a shared vision for a free and independent Namibia. In our marriage, we're blessed with many children, namely Utoni Daniel Nujoma, John Ndeshipanda Nujoma, Nefungo Nujoma, Nerago Nujoma, and Mukuru Usuta Nujoma, as well as 24 grandchildren and 11 great-grandchildren. I must thou, through all the tension and political trials, say there was a lot of intimidation from the apartheid regime. My husband, thou, remained steadfast, resolute, focused, and disciplined. Persevering, he never wavered in his belief that Namibia would one day be free. When my husband left for exile, my family and I were not spared from the hardship. Our home was raided continuously, and were under constant surveillance and harassment by the racist South African security forces. Yet, even in his absence, my husband's love and strength enveloped us. When the harassment became unbearable, I made the difficult decision to join him in exile in Zambia in 1978, accompanied by our youngest daughter, Usuta, and several nieces and nephews. It was a perilous journey, but love and hope propelled me forward. Despite being geographically separated, we remained closely in touch as a family. We held onto our love through letters, phone calls, telegrams, and whenever possible, brief but cherished visits. My reunion with my husband in Zambia was a moment of profound joy, a realization that love endured in the face of war and hardship. Finally, we returned home in 1989, and on the 21st of March 1990, I experienced the joy, profound joy, standing by his side to witness Namibia's independence. It was the realization of my husband's dream, a vision he has held on to through years of sacrifice and suffering. Even after independence, his work did not cease. He continued to labor tirelessly, laying a firm foundation for the government of the Republic of Namibia, with the ultimate aim to secure prosperity for all Namibians. At home, despite his demanding schedule, my husband remained a devoted husband, a loving father, and a fierce protector of his family. We were always a priority to him. He made time to share light moments, to celebrate our birthdays as well as those of our children and grandchildren. It was a joy to open our home to many people, including our adopted children, planned combatants, friends from Namibia, Africa, and from all over the world. When I became the First Lady of Namibia, I enjoyed the unwavering support of my husband. He believed in me, instilled in me the confidence, and encouraged me to undertake any project during my tenure. His presence was a constant source of strength, whether through his wise counsel or simply by his reassuring smile. With this encouragement, I established the Child Survival, Protection and Development Foundation to support and nurture the development of our nation's children. My husband was a humble man. His simplicity was evident in how he administered government affairs from a small study room in our residence. He was content with whatever was available, always focused on the greater good for Namibia. He respected everyone that he encountered and expressed deep gratitude to those around him, particularly to the loyal staff who served him with dedication. My husband led a disciplined and structured life, yet he was always gentle, generous, and thoughtful. He would come home, greet me first, hold my hand, his voice full of affection, and he would ask, "Mekulu Ourinawa?" And I would respond, "Presidente, Turinawa, Obiwakotoka nawa." Those simple gestures, filled with love, are treasures I will hold close to my heart forever. Directors of ceremonies, Your Excellencies, fellow mourners, permit me at this juncture to thank all Namibians for walking this journey with us, for lifting him high as they sang Sema Oripeni Yerura Epandera. The Epandera remained lifted very high because you, the Namibian people, and our friends and supporters across Africa and the world reinforced the arm that lifted that epandela, and you provided the shoulder that carried him to navigate through rough waters. I wish to express my sincere gratefulness to the mothers and fathers who sacrificed their sons and daughters for the dream he held so dear, the security personnel who safeguarded him, and the household staff who kept our family safe. I am deeply grateful to the medical team and to everyone whose prayers carried us through. Dear directors of ceremonies, I will fail in my duty if I do not recognize the African brothers and sisters on the continent and those in diaspora who shared his dream, hosted my husband, and provided the necessary political material, moral, and logistical support to realize his vision. These gestures cannot go unrecognized, as they contributed to the successful completion of the vision and mission of my husband. The last 6 months were difficult for my family and I, but even then, My husband remained a source of encouragement. His spirit was indomitable. Despite his poor health, he would always return home after every medical procedure, filling our home with hope and anticipation. Sadly, on the 8th February 2025, he took his final journey, this time not to our home, but to his eternal home. We thank God for his life. My dear husband, you will forever remain in our hearts. Your legacy will remain a shining light that I commit to pass down through generations to come. As it is written in Daniel 12, verses 3, those who are wise will shine like the brightness of heavens, and those who lead many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. Subamo hange musuvero wanje kaende nawa neda karoe katuno kuri vembako okuhepa.
President Sam Nujoma, where are you? Namibia misses your voice. Founding Father, where are you? Namibia misses your smile. These were some of the remarks from the speech of His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force and the Chief Mourner. Now we bring you more highlights from his remark.
The relentless pursuit of second struggle for economic emancipation was central to President Nuyoma's vision of a Namibia and Africa in which the socio-economic aspiration of the people could be achieved. President Nujoma was a true champion of women's rights and gender equality. He played a pivotal role during the liberation struggle and post-independence for the advancement of women in positions of higher authority through legislation and endorsement of key processes such as the Beijing Platform for Action of 1995 into national development plans. The first Department of Women Affairs was established by President Nujoma in his own office, led by the current Vice President and President-elect, Comrade Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah. It is thanks to his gender parity vision, both in the SWAPO party and government, that we have close to 50-50 gender parity in Parliament and will soon inaugurate the first ever female president for the Republic of Namibia. Excellencies, dear mourners, President Nujoma believed that, and I quote, "The best way in which we can address social and economic inequality in our country is by ensuring that all our people, especially the youth, are provided with quality education," end of quote. As a result, the highest percentage of Namibia's national budget since independence has been on education. Comrade Nujoma was a great believer in education as an agent of change to address and reduce structural poverty and inequality. Thus, he continued well into advanced age as an avid seeker of knowledge, reading books, magazines, newspapers, and listening to various electronic media. Upon retirement, to the surprise of everybody, Comrade Nujoma, again leading by example, went to enroll at the University of Namibia and obtain a master's degree in geology at a good age of 75, to help Namibia explore and discover untapped minerals. And that University of Namibia, he is the one who established it after all. On the international front, President Nujoma pursued diplomatic activities that were anchored on priorities such as Pan-Africanism, the Global South, and values of solidarity, peace, and development. In this context, he worked closely with the members of the non-aligned movement, with the frontline states, Southern African Development Community, the African Union, the United Nations, and sister liberation movements. Under his leadership, Namibia, together with Angola and Zimbabwe, played a pivotal role in ending the Third War in the Democratic Republic of Congo in the 1990s. He championed freedom for the people of Palestine and Western Sahara, lifting of the economic blockade against Cuba and sanctions against Zimbabwe, and greater South-South cooperation. Under the leadership of Dr. Nujoma, Namibia was recognized as a model country that transits from war to peace and worthy of emulation by other countries whose people were under oppression. Through his tireless diplomatic efforts, President Nujoma laid a strong foundation that ensures Namibia is today a respected member of the international community. Excellencies and dear mourners, it has been said that success is to be measured not so much by the position that one has reached in life, as by the obstacles which one overcame. End of quote. President Sam Nuyoma's story captures this perspective perfectly. Although he climbed to the highest peak of achievement, became the founding father of our nation and the leader of the Namibian Revolution, his ultimate triumph and success lies in the obstacle he faced in his life and overcame them with courage, determination, and even elegance. Today, as we commemorate this remarkable human being who has left us a legacy as awe-inspiring as the Namib Desert, as abundant as the lush savanna, as breathtaking as the Pupa Falls, it is evident without doubt that we have lost an generational icon, a once-in-a-lifetime luminary, a man who lived once but achieved the feats of 100 lifetimes. President Sam Nujoma, again, where are you? Namibia misses your voice. Founding Father, where are you? Namibia misses your smile. Leader of the Namibian Revolution, where are you? Namibia misses your presence. You have left us alone with countless memories. In the words of the gallant son of the soil, Comrade Peter Nanyemba, you crossed many rivers of blood to raise the Namibian flag high. Now we cry tears, we cry rivers of tears as we say our final goodbyes. President Sam Nujoma, we thank you and we thank your family. The distinguished founding First Lady, Madame Kovambo Nujoma, our friends and colleague, cabinet colleague, Comrade Utoni Nujoma, the children, the grandchildren, and the extended family of the Nujoma and Kondombolo families. We thank all their excellencies, head of state and government, both current and former, and all global dignitaries who have joined us in celebrating the life of this enduring icon, in bidding him farewell. Most importantly, we salute you, President Nujoma. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for your bravery. Thank you for leading a successful struggle. Thank you for the gift of freedom. Thank you for the gift of reconciliation. Thank you for showing us how to sacrifice, how to fight, how never to give up, how to forgive, how to love, and how to unite. Thank you for showing us the way towards national development and economic emancipation. Although you are no longer with us physically, your legacy will remain eternally like the soil and the rain that give birth to the grass, to the flowers and trees in the Namib and Kalahari deserts. You exemplify greatness, you made history, and you shape our destiny. You are the father of our Namibian nation on the basis of one Namibia, one nation. The father of past generation, the father of present generation, and the father of all generations of Namibians to come. Having all said all that, long live the legacy of the leader of the Namibian Revolution. Long live the memories of the icon of our liberation struggle. Long live the spirit of the father of the Namibian nation. Long live the Republic of Namibia. May the soul, the revolutionary soul of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma rest in eternal peace. And I thank you.
Our correspondent Irene Marie van der Veld is coming to us live and direct from the Acre to give us an update on what is currently happening.
Good morning, Namibia. I am Irene Marie van der Veld, and I'm incredibly honored to join you here from Acre this morning, where we are laying to rest our founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, the icon, the face of our liberation, the face of our freedom, and the reason why I can call myself a Namibian just as you can, the reason why we can form bonds, form communities, and form friendships among ourselves, irrespective of our background.
Look at this speech by Esteban Lanzo Hernandez, member of the Politburo of the Cuban Communist Party.
Courageous people of Namibia, sons and daughters of the land of the brave, saying farewell to Dr. Nujoma, one of the greatest icons of the African fight against colonialism and apartheid, and an unconditional friend of Cuba, is not only hard and painful, but it also represents an act of great responsibility. In the first place, because I come here to speak on behalf of the leader of the Cuban Revolution, the General of Army, Raúl Castro Ruz, and on behalf of the first Secretary of the Communist Party of Cuba and President of the Republic, Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermúdez, and also on behalf of all of our people. Now, speaking on behalf of the Cuban people represents a great challenge, given the fact that our people knows very well the high cost paid by the Namibian people who, guided by Comrade Nujoma, managed to obtain the independence and finally put an end to the racist and segregational regime of apartheid imposed by South Africa. I come here today to bring the message of solidarity of all the Cubans on the occasion of the departure of this most distinguished fighter that we perceive as one of our own. From the bottom of the trench we shared alongside the heroic Namibian combatants, hand in hand, we witnessed how Dr. Nujoma's leadership at the head of SWAPO and also in the mobilization of the international support for his sublime cause grow.
Sentimos sano orgullo porque la historia unió a nuestro pueblo a este símbolo mundial de rebeldía, bravura, defensa por la dignidad e intransigencia revolucionaria que los cubanos aprendimos a admirar y a respetar. La profunda relación de amistad que forjaron el líder histórico de la Revolución Cubana, comandante en jefe Fidel Castro Ruz, el general de ejército Raúl Castro Ruz, con el querido doctor Nujoma, cimentó la hermandad actual entre nuestros dos pueblos. Estos compañeros de lucha, revolucionarios consecuentes y luchadores que compartieron sueños de emancipación y soberanía, sellaron esta unidad. Bajo el liderazgo indiscutible de estos gigantes, nuestras naciones, aunque distantes geográficamente, quedaron ungidas para siempre con la sangre abonada por nuestros mejores hijos. Con Nujoma construimos juntos los caminos de Cuba y Namibia, y esa huella que dejamos es nuestro legado al que seremos siempre fieles, fortaleciendo la amistad y la hermandad y la cooperación entre nuestras naciones.
We are very proud of how history has brought us together to this world symbol, rebelliousness and bravery, a champion of the defense of dignity and of revolutionary intransigence, a man that we admire and respect in Cuba. The deep friendship built by the historical leader of the Cuban Revolution, Commander-in-Chief Fidel Castro, the General of Army, Raúl Castro, and our dearest Dr. Nujoma, is the foundation of the brotherhood existing today between our two peoples. These comrades in fight, these consequent revolutionaries, these warriors who shared the dreams of emancipation and sovereignty sealed our unity. It is under the undoubted leadership of these giants that our nations, although geographically distant, got united forever by the blood shed by our best sons and daughters. With Nujoma, we have built together the past of Cuba and Namibia, and the legacy we will always respect and pass on to future generations, who will always remain faithful to it by deepening friendship, brotherhood, and cooperation between our two nations.
La valiosa y sincera amistad que nos prodigó lo hizo merecedor en 1991 de la Orden José Martí, máxima distinción que otorga el Estado cubano a un extranjero. Fue un justo reconocimiento a sus extraordinarios méritos en la lucha por la independencia de Namibia. En los momentos más difíciles para Cuba, su voz siempre se alzó para recordarle al mundo que la dignidad de un pueblo no se negocia. Fue un ferviente impulsor de la solidaridad y cooperación con nuestro país, y juntos se dejó en reconocer la contribución cubana a las luchas por la liberación de África y el fin del oprobioso régimen de la apartheid. Agradeceremos eternamente su invariable apoyo a nuestra justa demanda por el fin del criminal bloqueo de los Estados Unidos. Por eso Cuba, país indisolublemente unido a África y a Namibia, se une hoy a ustedes para recordar su inmenso legado, pero sobre todo para rendir homenaje a su extraordinaria vida. Como dijera el más universal de los cubanos, José Martí, la muerte no es verdad cuando se ha cumplido bien la obra de la vida.
Dr. Nujoma's valuable and sincere friendship towards the Cuban nation made him win in 1991 the José Martí Order, the highest distinction given by the Cuban state to a foreign personality. This was a fair recognition to his extraordinary merits in fighting for Namibia's independence. During Cuba's hardest periods, his voice was always there to remind the world that the dignity of a nation is not negotiable. He was a champion of solidarity and cooperation with our country, and never ceased to acknowledge Cuba's contribution to liberation fights in Africa and to the elimination of the opprobrious apartheid regime. We will always be grateful for his unconditional support to our just demand for an end to the criminal blockade imposed to Cuba by the United States. For all these reasons, Cuba, a country that is bounded to Africa and to Namibia, has come here today to join you to remember Nujoma's immense legacy, but above all, we have joined you to pay a tribute to his extraordinary life. We remember on this day a phrase of Cuba's national hero, José Martí, who said, and I quote, "Death is not true when life's work has been well accomplished."
Durante su presidencia fundadora, sentó las bases de un Estado democrático, promovió la reconciliación nacional, trabajó arduamente para reducir las enormes desigualdades heredadas de la apartheid, impulsó políticas en favor de la inclusión social y el crecimiento económico, a la par que fortaleció el prestigio de Namibia en el ámbito internacional. Camaradas y distinguidos representantes, a la familia Nujoma, al pueblo de Namibia, a sus compañeros de lucha, a la máxima dirección del país, los acompañamos en este difícil momento. Cuba, su hermana nación del Caribe, estará siempre para ustedes, como siempre el hermano Nujoma estuvo para nosotros. Unidos, honraremos su memoria en la lucha constante por un mundo donde la dignidad plena del hombre sea un privilegio, no de unos pocos. Hoy, Namibia despide a su hijo más valioso y Cuba despide a un gran hermano de ideas y de lucha. Hasta siempre, hermano e insigne héroe. Hasta la victoria siempre. Muchas gracias.
During his founding presidency, Nujoma set the basis for a democratic state. He promoted national reconciliation. He worked hard to reduce the huge inequalities inherited from apartheid, and all that while promoting policies of social inclusion and economical growth, thus reinforcing Namibia's prestige in the international arena. Comrades, distinguished representatives, to the Nujoma family, to the Namibian people, to his comrades in fights, and to the high authorities of the nation, we join you in these difficult hours. Cuba, your sister nation from the Caribbean, will always be there for you, as brother Nujoma was always there for us. By standing together, we will honor his memory and celebrate his constant fight for a world in which full dignity will not be the privilege of only a few. Namibia bids a farewell today to its most cherished son, and Cuba bids a farewell to a giant brother in ideas and in constant fights. To eternity, dear brother and hero, on to victory, always. Thank you very much.
The military vehicle has arrived at Independence Stadium, where the body of the founding father laid in state to take it to Heroes Acre for the burial. All right, continuing our conversation this morning, former President, His Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, has urged young Namibians to internalize the ideals of founding father Dr. Sam Nujoma, and he said this yesterday during his memorial service.
Comrade Sam Nujoma led the swap negotiation team between the Western Conduct Group, headed by West Germany, Britain, France, United States and Canada, and South Africa on the other, on one hand, the frontline states on the other. Comrade Netumbo, in her speech, elaborated more in details about this. Resolution 435 embodied the plan for free and fair elections in Namibia, which was delayed for 10 years before its implementation. South Africa's delaying tactics and the decision by the United States administration to link Cuba to withdraw from Angola to Namibia's independence frustrated the hopes of an immediate settlement. In March 1989, the ceasefire agreement with South Africa was signed. Again, Comrade Netumbo, I think, said a lot about it, how the United Nations Security Council was implemented. Dear monarchs, after 29 years in exile, Semasafisuna Nujoma finally returned home in September 1989. The coming of Sam Nujoma mobilizing the people brought about a decisive victory in the United Nations supervised elections that paved the way for Namibia's independence. Comrade Sam Nujoma spent a lot part of his life fighting for the independence of our country, which was finally achieved on the 21st March 1990. On that historic day, Comrade Nujoma stated, and I quote, "Namibia will forever be free," unquote. Since then, our nation has enjoyed peace and stability. Our country has been at peace with itself and with its neighbors. We have made notable strides in different areas of socio-economic development. Expansion of our infrastructure such as roads and the building of harbors and the improvement of the living condition of our people under the banner of One Namibia, One Nation. We are therefore honored to paying a fitting tribute to this icon African, Sam Nujoma, and the outstanding son of Namibian people who served our country and our people for many decades with unparalleled distinctions. First as a freedom fighter, and later as a head of state of independent Namibia. Comrade Nujoma's departure reminds us the long journey we have traveled as Namibians. It reminds us of the many battles we have fought, the countless river of bloods we crossed, and the unwelcome jungles we have walked through in search of our freedom and independence. Dear monarchs, as Commander-in-Chief of the People's Republic Arm of Namibia, Comrade Safishuna Nujoma motivated us not to give up, but to continue the fighting until Namibia was free. His unwavering leadership and the courage will never be forgotten. Director of Ceremonies, it is part and parcel of our proud history as Namibians. I am narrating the life of a man with an illustrious history. A history of selfless dedication to the country and its people. A man whose dedication to the total liberation of our country from the yoke of apartheid colonialism was total and unquestionable. Dear monarchs, I believe that the befitting farewell we can give to our founding president is for the nation, particularly the young people of this country, to embrace and internalize the ideals which Comrade Sam Nujoma lived and fought for. These include his strong belief in hard work, unity, and it must be unity of purpose, national reconciliation, and the rejection of the vices of tribalism, ethnicity, and regionalism. Comrade Nujoma has lived a full life. His legacy will continue to inspire the nation at large. Yes, Comrade Sam Nujoma will surely be missed. But those know him like I do, and those who live he touched should be, he lived touched, should be consoled by the knowledge that he has lived to ensure the achievement of independence and the establishment of a free nation, free from oppression, segregation, racism, and brutality. Comrade Sam
Our correspondent Irene Marie van der Velde now brings us a live update from Acre, where the nation has gathered to bid farewell to our founding president.
Good morning, Namibia. It is quite windy, as you can tell, here at the bottom of the hill at Heroes Acre. We are preparing for the burial of Dr. Sam Nujoma here today. Lots of traffic. You will see now it's not as bad as it normally is and as it has been this morning. Lots of people moving in and out here preparing for the burial of Dr. Sam Nujoma. Several highly placed dignitaries, highly placed politicians expected here today. Executive directors of various ministries were seen yesterday at the memorial for Dr. Sam Nujoma. Ministers, representatives of various countries, among others Cuba, Finland, various African neighbors and other African countries were there together. And in so much as the spirit was quite solemn yesterday, there was also a fantastic show of the Namibian spirit, and Namibians prevailed in respecting and paying their final respects to Dr. Sam Nujoma. Even in rain or shine, they stayed, they remained, they paid their final respects. They had their voices heard, quite literally singing songs practically all day from the pavilions, and a beautiful moment to be a Namibian yesterday. So today we're expecting a lot of similar things. We're expecting many dignitaries, we're expecting many visitors, international visitors, to once again show up today, and Namibians in their hundreds, if not their thousands, expected to come show their support and show their final respect for Dr. Sam Nujoma. Dr. Sam Nujoma, I learned a couple of things about him yesterday during the speeches given by politicians, people who shared in the liberation struggle with him. A wonderful look back at our Namibian history and a wonderful way to learn more about him. It would have been lovely to know it in his lifetime, but if I can't know it in his lifetime, I would rather know it now. And I do think that after yesterday's memorial, I have a far deeper appreciation for Dr. Sam Nujoma's life. If I had not already had an immense appreciation for him before, I definitely do now, knowing more about him, knowing more, not about the steps he took, where he was at certain points in history, but about the character that he was in doing all of that.
Let's take a look at the message on behalf of the family, children and grandchildren delivered by Honorable Utoni Nujoma, the Minister of Labour, Industrial Relations and Employment Creation, made during yesterday's memorial service. He also called upon Namibians to carry forward the projects that his father championed.
Our father had a strong conviction that with abundance of water, Namibia could achieve self-sufficiency in food production. He believed that prioritizing sustainable agriculture will not only help feed the nation, but also pave the way for the country's self-sufficiency, enhance food security, and significantly to economic growth. Our father's dedication to national duty never overshadowed his role as a loving grandfather. He fostered a deep connection with his grandchildren, imparting in them a sense of duty and responsibility to the community and the importance of contributing to the greater cause. Truly, a grandchild is more than a child in the eyes of grandparents. On the hospital bed, our father remained resilient. At first, it was indeed encouraging to witness his gradual improvement. Our hope for his recovery blossomed. We were inspired by his spirit and determination, despite the pain and discomfort he endured. However, in the end, all efforts to keep him alive slowly faded. As he took his last breath, our hearts were filled with sadness and grief. But we could do nothing but console ourselves with immense pride and gratitude that we had him as a father, a man who left a life full of meaning and purpose. Indeed, the void he left is immense, the grief is deep, and we are devastated. However, comforted by the knowledge and pride that he has left an indelible legacy. We deeply appreciate the outpouring sympathy and the heartfelt condolences from our President, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, and First Lady, the Namibian nation at large, other heads of state and government, eminent personalities and friends around the world. Our father was a pillar of strength and a fountain of wisdom in the family. As much as we would have liked to have him with us all the time, we now fully understand that it was time for him to join his ancestors and other freedom-inspired luminaries. We are fully confident that his rest with other great freedom fighters who preceded him, such as Kwame Nkrumah, Gamal Abdel Nasser, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, Ahmed Ben Bella, Modibo Keita, Jomo Kenyatta, Haile Selassie, Kenneth Kaunda, Amilcar Cabral, Antonio Agustino Neto, Samora Machel, Nelson Mandela, and Oliver Tambo, Robert Mugabe, Seretse Khama, and many other African founding fathers and other revolutionaries like Comandante Fidel Castro Ruz. The sorrow we feel is particularly heavy for our beloved mother, Madam Pauline Kovambo Nujoma, the founding First Lady, who has lost her partner and confidant. The emotional weight on this loss extends to my siblings, his grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and the extended Nujoma, Kondobole, and Mushimba families. We were all united in mourning the man who was not only a father and a grandfather, but also a leader whose influence reached far beyond our family. In face of our grief, let us unite in honoring our father's memory, ensure that his vision for a united, peaceful, and prosperous Namibia endures for generations to come. As we prepare to lay our father to rest, I undertake the solemn responsibility of caring for my grieving mother during this incredible challenging time. It falls upon me to guide my siblings and support his grandchildren and great-grandchildren in preserving the legacy of a remarkable father whose ideals we aim to uphold. Together we cherish his memory and ensure that the values he instilled in us continue to strive within our family. Our family will maintain unity of purpose and action in line with our father's words of wisdom when you used to say, a people united, striving to achieve a common good for all members of society will always emerge victorious. During this moment of sorrow, I humbly ask for your thoughts and prayers to be our pillar of strength to lean on. As we navigate this uncharted territory of his life without a father, let us find solace in each other and hold tight to the love and wisdom he imparted on us. We will continue to honor his legacy with every step we take, ensuring that his spirit remains alive in our hearts and action. We are grateful to the grieving nation for sharing in our sorrow and for your continued support and love during this time of sorrow. Our Father, love and generosity were evident in every aspect of his life. When reflecting on how we remember him, we see a man who cared for the well-being of his family and citizens of Namibia. Our father is survived by our mother, Madam Teopoline Kovambo Nujoma, founding First Lady, myself, and my siblings, Nefungo Zaki Nujoma Usuta Imbili Nujoma, and the adopted children, as well as 24 grandchildren and 11 great-grandchildren. He is also survived by 3 siblings, Tate Iskia Asino Nujoma, Tate Noah Mweatila Malima Nujoma, and their last born Meme Julia Namkua Iambo, as well as many nieces and nephews from the entire Nujoma and Kondobole families. To my mother, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for the love and care you have provided to my father until his last day. We pray that God grants you the strength and courage to bear this unparalleled loss, to accept our father's permanent absence as you navigate the dark cloud that has befallen you. In moments when you feel lost in this storm of grief, may you find comfort in knowing that death is in a better place now, in the company of his ancestors and other revolutionaries. I fully agree that heroes and commanders do not die, as their spirits live on among us. On behalf of my mother, my siblings, my grandchildren, our grandchildren and great-grandchildren, the entire Nujoma Kondobole families, and indeed on my own behalf, I would like to convey our deepest gratitude to His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and the government of the Republic of Namibia for honoring our father with a state funeral and according him a hero status. We further express our gratitude to all our heads of state and government who are present here, and all other dignitaries present here today. Your presence is highly appreciated. We equally express our profound gratitude to all the countries that accommodated and hosted our father for many years in exile, together with his comrades, as well as those countries that provided material, moral, and diplomatic support which enabled my father and his comrades to successfully carry out the liberation struggle to its logical conclusion. Today, Namibia is forever free. We wish to thank the medical personnel who have been caring for our father during his last days. We also extend special thanks to all those who protected him during his days in exile, when he returned back home and upon assuming the role of head of state, as well as in his retirement until his passing on. Our gratitude also goes to the household staff who equally cared for him. Last words to my father. Dear father, you will be dearly missed, but your spirit will forever inspire us and future generations to come. We are grateful to have had you, to have a father like you, and we thank you for your love, your service, and your unwavering dedication to the cause of freedom in our country and the oppressed people the world over. Rest in peace, our father, our grandfather, our great-grandfather, and father of the Namibian nation. May your soul rest in eternal peace till we meet again, and I thank you sincerely.
Our correspondent Philip Joseph is currently at Independence Stadium, where Dr. Sam Nuyoma's body laid in state yesterday. They are about to move his remains to Eros Acre for the burial. But before that, we just want to have a quick conversation with Philip to tell us exactly what is happening on the ground. Philip, good morning.
Yes, a very good morning to all our viewers. My name is Philip Joseph here. We are currently here at the Independence Stadium, where owners are still slowly gathering to pay their final respects to the late founding president, that is Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma. As you can see behind me, his casket still remains. Owners are rather just gathering to pay their final respects before the remains of the late founding president heads to Heroes Acre. And just behind me here, we have the armored personal carrier that will be carrying the remains of the late founding president shortly in a few minutes. High-ranking government, or rather high-ranking military officials have also gathered here. They're just receiving their instructions from their superior ahead of the departure to Heroes Acre to lay the late founding president, that is Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma.
All right, Philip, what time is the procession expected to leave? Philip, are you with us?
Yes. Again, we have dignitaries that are also just slowly gathering here. Some of them have rather stepped into their vehicles as the departure will shortly commence. Just word from the head of public relations of NDF, that is Colonel Shilumbu, stated that the departure will shortly commence around about 5 to 10 minutes. They're just getting the final details in place before the casket departures to Heroes Acre for the state funeral.
All right, Philip, thank you so much for that update. All right, that is our correspondent Philip Joseph, who is currently at the Independence Stadium, where the remains of the founding father are about to leave for Eros Acre, where he will be buried. Now, let's have a look at some visuals from yesterday's memorial service.
as we mourn the passing of our founding president, we should ask ourselves some critical, important questions, including what we must do to continue consolidating our party's unity, strengthen our constitutional democracy, constantly renew and vindicate our commitments for the well-being and the prosperity of the Namibian people.
Thank you so much for choosing NTV to bring you this live broadcast. We will soon be crossing over to Heroes Acre, where the founding president will be laid to rest as soon as his remains arrive there. But for now, we continue to bring you highlights from yesterday's memorial service, and this is Emerson Mnangagwa, the president of Zimbabwe.
Today, we gather in profound sorrow to honor the life and legacy of a remarkable leader and stalwart of the liberation struggle. The passing on of the founding president and father of the Republic of Namibia, His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuma Nujoma, is a huge loss for the Republic of Namibia, the entire SADC region, the continent of Africa and beyond. His selfless efforts and unwavering commitment to justice, equality and freedom for his people and all of mankind who remain etched in our collective memory for posterity. The late Dr. Nujoma, who had more than just a political figure, he was a larger-than-life revolutionary icon and a shining beacon of hope for the peoples of Africa. His astute, exemplary, and consistent leadership during our struggles for independence laid critical building blocks for the democratic culture that not only Namibia, but the whole of SADC cherished so dearly to this day. We honor him as one of the founding fathers and a true Pan-African statesman. As the leader of SWAPO, he inspired countless individuals to rise against colonial oppression and to fight for their birthright, freedom, independence, and dignity. His vision for a truly independent and liberated African people transcended borders, uniting peoples from across Southern Africa. Throughout his tenure as President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Nujoma championed policies that promoted social justice, economic development, and regional cooperation. He understood that true liberation extends beyond mere political independence to encompass social equity and sustainable development. He fought and led his people, including the region, with outstanding valor and distinction up to the end. I was personally privileged to work alongside the late statesman and African icon, Dr. Nujoma. He was a wealth of wisdom. His ideological depth and understanding of a wide array of African and global issues was both fascinating and inspirational. His humility and unassuming demeanor, compassion, and steadfastness were qualities that motivated all who knew him. He taught us that leadership is not merely about power, but about service to the people with integrity, honor, sacrifice, and humility. As we reflect on his legacy and continue on our pursuit to realize the SADC Vision 2050 and the AU Agenda 2063, let us be emboldened by his words of recollection, and I quote, "When the founding fathers were calling for African unity, they were calling for economic emancipation, cooperation, and integration of the entire African continent. They fully understood that political freedom would remain insufficient and meaningless unless it was accompanied by genuine economic independence." End of quote. We must continue to work together as nations within our SADC region and the larger African continent to uphold the values he and many others fought hard to entrench in the psyche of our peoples on the African continent. Let us transform our sorrow into purposeful action. The late Dr. Nujoma's vision must live on through our collective efforts towards sustainable peace and prosperity in Southern Africa, the African continent as a whole, and the global South. In honor of the legacy bequeathed to us by our founding fathers, including the late Comrade Nujoma, we all have the responsibility to deepen collaboration and synergies among member states for a brighter and a more prosperous future, especially for our young people. Finally, I exhort us, therefore, to continue the fight for justice, equality, and a peaceful region. This is the fight that our late African icon and founding father, Dr. Sam Nujoma, so passionately led throughout his life, which was well lived in service of his people and all of us. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank
Let us have a look at this montage of what is currently happening at Heroes Acre. Leading to today's burial, thousands across Namibia gathered to honor the life of Dr. Sam Nujoma, the country's liberation icon and founding president, as his remains traveled through towns including Keetmanshoop. Now on Wednesday, February the 27th, a solemn procession unfolded with the residents lining the streets to pay their respect. The Karas Regional Memorial at J. Stefan Stadium featured heartfelt tributes from Karas Governor Aleta Fredericks, Chief Johannes Isaac, former Governor Lucia Basson, and the Deputy Prime Minister John Mutora, marking a moment of unity and remembrance for a national hero. Have a look.
Okay, no problem.
Adopted the policy of national reconciliation and defined one of SWAPO's popular slogans under the motto, One Namibia, One Nation. Under his leadership, he successfully united all Namibians into a peaceful, tolerant, and democratic society governed by the rule of law. President Nujoma stepped down on 21st March 2005, handing over the instruments of power to his successor, His Excellency, President Kovambo. In recognition of his dedication and selfless sacrifice to the national liberation struggle and nation building, the Parliament of the Republic of Namibia enacted a legislation conferring on him the status of founding father of the Namibian nation in 2005 through an Act of Parliament, Act 16 of 2005.
To do justice to this task assigned to me, I found myself reflecting on his life, searching for something fundamental, something that could guide us today and be a tool for future generations. I sought a lesson that could help us to navigate the challenges we face as Namibians, particularly as traditional communities and leadership. Director of Ceremonies, you would agree with me that our founding president held great admiration and respect for our culture, tradition, and heritage, and by extension, traditional communities and their leaders. Our late departed Captain Stephanus Juliet, may his soul rest in peace, often spoke of the special respect with which our founding president treated traditional leaders during the frequent visits to his office. Indeed, a clear testimony to his respect and love for them. Returning to my dilemma of what to say at this occasion, the word unity came to mind. This was especially in the light of one of his mantras, and I quote, "A people united, striving to achieve common good for all members of the society will always emerge victorious," close quote. In that moment, I realized that my dilemma has been resolved. It was clear to me that unity is the lesson we must take from Dr. Nujoma's life. The statement by our late father is instructive. I am therefore compelled to ask, are we as leaders truly striving for the common good of all members of society? In particular, are we as traditional leaders doing enough to unite our people? Are we placing the interests of our communities above our own interests? Perhaps this moment, as we pay homage to our great statesman, the opportune time to pause and reflect and try to answer that question. Director of Ceremonies, let us honor the legacy of this giant, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, by uniting for the common good of our people. Okay. Director of Ceremonies, let us honor the legacy of this giant, Dr. Sam Nujoma, by uniting for the common good of our people. By doing so, we will emerge victorious in keeping with the wishes of our founding father of the nation. May the Almighty Father and the most merciful God grant the son of the soil, grant his soul, Dr. Sam Nujoma, everlasting peace. And I thank you.
Greatness of any human being is not necessarily appreciated, is not necessarily valued by only looking at what the particular human being says or does about himself or herself, or for himself or herself. Nor is greatness appreciated, admired, measured, or valued by what any individual does, what any individual gives, only to those people who are so dear and near to that particular people. It means those that are your family, your friends, or those that are so close to you only. But greatness is largely determined, is largely appreciated or measured or remembered or valued by what other ordinary people say, what other ordinary people do to others or to a certain person, in this case, our founding president. And testimonies there. The whole world, from the United Nations and all over the world, on the continent of Africa, in the Southern African Development Community, SADC, in Namibia here, ordinary people are saying how great President Nujoma was. And that determines greatness.
We appreciate you for choosing NTV to bring you this live broadcast. Currently at Independence Stadium, the founding president's remains are being prepared to head to Heroes Acre, where he would be laid to rest. Let's move over to visuals at the Heroes Acre. These are multitudes of Namibian people who have gathered here to come and bid farewell to our Umkokoli. As you can see, it's quite full. We spoke this morning that there was public transportation for everyone who wanted to go and pay their final respect. Personally, I know people who came all the way from the north, you know, just to be part of this moment in history. Right now, we bring you more highlights from yesterday's memorial service. This is Joao Lourenco, the president of Angola's speech, and after that we will be crossing over as soon as the remains of our founding president arrive at Heroes Acre.
This is a difficult moment when I have the duty to pay the last homage on behalf of the whole Africa that I'm representing as the chairperson of the African Union, and in particular as President of the Republic of Angola, to President Sam Nujoma, an outstanding figure of the African contemporary history, hero of the Namibian people, and symbol of unbreakable fight for the liberation of Southern Africa and against the rule of apartheid regime in South Africa.
Partiu para a eternidade homem corajoso, patriota namibiano convicto e filho genuíno de África, que se tornou ícone da luta pelo resgate da dignidade e da soberania do seu povo, desafiando com valentia e de forma exemplar o hediondo sistema do apartheid, que dominou durante várias décadas, com indescritível crueldade, a cena política do sudoeste de África.
A courageous man has left for eternity, a Namibian patriot, a genuine son of Africa, who has become an icon of fight for the dignity and sovereignty of his people, challenging giantly and in exemplary manner the heinous system of apartheid, which dominated for various decades in indescribable cruelties the political scene of Southwest Africa.
A homens com a têmpera de Sam Nujoma e de outros grandes líderes da história da libertação de África, a nós, os que hoje temos a responsabilidade de os seguir, inspirados pelos exemplos que nos legaram, cabe-nos, no contexto de uma missão quase impossível, interiorizarmos o seu espírito de abnegação e entrega às causas africanas e conduzirmos o nosso continente de forma a realizarmos os sonhos e os objetivos pelos quais pugnaram e acreditaram até o fim dos seus dias, os de poder construir uma África livre, desenvolvida e ciosa dos seus valores mais profundos.
To men with strengths such as of Sam Nujoma and other big leaders of the liberation history of Africa, and to us who today have the responsibility to follow, inspired by the example that they have left us, it's up to us in the context of an almost impossible mission to emulate the spirit of devotion for the cause of Africa that led them and led our continent so that we can realize the dreams and goals for which they fought and they believed up to the last day of their life, and which is to be able to build an Africa that is devoted based on the profound values of its own.
Perante o féretro de Sam Nujoma, permitam-me dizer que saberemos levar por diante todos os esforços ao nosso alcance para que os africanos, no seu conjunto, dignifiquem e honrem a memória de todos os seus pais fundadores, construindo num ambiente de solidariedade ativa entre todos a África que queremos.
Before the coffin of Sam Nujoma, allow me to say that we will be able to take forward all efforts in order to achieve as Africans together, that we may dignify and give honor to the memory of our founding fathers by building in an environment of active solidarity amongst all of us, the Africa we want.
Este é um momento propício para recordarmos que foi com esta perspectiva que jovens angolanos e namibianos e pessoas de ambos os países de todas as gerações se uniram e verteram o seu sangue em duras batalhas travadas no Calueque, em Xangongo, na Caama, no Cuito-Quanaval e noutras localidades para escrever páginas gloriosas da história da libertação da nossa região.
This is a befitting moment for us to recall that under this perspective, young Angolans and Namibians and peoples from both countries, from all generations, united themselves and shared their blood in fierce battles held in Kalueke, Xangongo, Kahama, in Cuito-Quanaval, and other locations in order to write the glorious pages of history of our liberation as a region.
No quadro do pensamento do presidente Agostinho Neto, quando dizia que na Namíbia e na África do Sul estava a continuação da nossa luta, o povo angolano, encabeçado pelo então presidente José Eduardo dos Santos, encarnou a solidariedade e o apoio à causa do povo namibiano e de outros povos da nossa região, contribuindo assim para a construção de uma nova nação livre, com justiça e dignidade para os seus habitantes, ao ter ajudado no processo da autodeterminação da Namíbia e do fim do apartheid na África do Sul.
Within the thought of President Agostinho Neto, when he said in Namibia and South Africa was the continuation of our struggle, the Angolan people, led by then President José Eduardo dos Santos, incarnated the solidarity and support to the cause of the Namibian people and other peoples of our region by contributing to the building of a new free nation with justice and dignity for its inhabitants, and has helped in the process of self-determination of Namibia and the end of apartheid in South Africa.
Neste ambiente de tristeza, que também convida à reflexão, vale lembrar que a paz definitiva em Angola não teria sido possível se não se tivesse conseguido derrotar o regime do apartheid, o que proporcionou a descolonização e independência da Namíbia.
At this bereaving environment, it's also a moment to reflect. It's worth to recall that long-lasting peace in Angola would not have been possible if we have not been able to defeat the apartheid regime, which has also led to decolonization of Namibia and the achievement of its independence.
Permitam-me aproveitar esta ocasião para expressar ao povo da Namíbia, às autoridades, às suas autoridades e à família enlutada o nosso tributo, os nossos mais profundos sentimentos de pesar, em nome de todos os angolanos, dos africanos de uma maneira geral e no meu próprio.
Allow me to seize this occasion to express to the Namibian people and to the Namibian authorities and the bereaved family our tribute and our heartfelt condolences on behalf of all Angolans, of all Africans in general, and on my own indeed.
A obra de Nujoma em favor do seu povo ficará indelevelmente registada nos anais da história e eternizá-lo-á como uma incontornável referência para as futuras gerações da Namíbia e do continente africano.
The work of Nujoma in favor of his people will be written forever in annals of history and shall be eternalized as a beacon for the future generation of Namibia and the African continent.
Os grandes homens não morrem, descansam.
Great men don't die, only rest.
Presidente Nujoma, descanse em paz.
May President Sam Nujoma rest in eternal peace.
We are now crossing over to Acre, where the body of the founding father is expected to be laid to rest today. Now let's have a look at some of the dignitaries who have arrived. This is the Minister of Labour and Employment Creation, Utoni Nujoma, who is standing by the car. The third Prime Minister of the Namibian nation, Nahas Angola, seen there wearing a hat, has arrived as well. And that is the Prime Minister, Mesara Kugongerwa Amadira. And now we will be crossing over to some highlights from the memorial services that were held across the country. Now we go to Grootfontein, where the body of the Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma arrived in Grootfontein, where Otjonjalupa Governor James Urikwa welcomed the occasion. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Peter Kachavivi, delivered the chief mourner speech honoring Nuyoma's legacy. Former plain combatants paid tribute through their speeches and liberation struggle songs, reflecting on his role in Namibia's independence. Now, the former SWAPO Secretary General and Chairperson of the Sam Nujoma Foundation, Pendukeni Ivola Itana, also delivered a speech highlighting Nuyoma's enduring impact on the nation. Before this, we will be crossing over to Elizabeth Cabes, who is along the road to Acre, and she is going to give us an update on whether the remains of the founding president are on the way to Acre and whether they've passed her station or not.
And sadness to honor a veteran, a leader, a founding president of the Republic of Namibia, and a father of the Namibian nation. As we say goodbye to His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma today, a national hero whose ambitions and selfless shaped our country through his devotion and committed to the liberation struggle of our country. We remain grateful for the work he did for our country and a strong foundation that he laid at the birth of our nation. His courage, wisdom, and a commitment to justice and equality laid a foundation for a modern today Namibian state. bereaved families, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Dr. Nujoma was more than just a leader, and so many alluded to that. He was an epitome of bravery, tenacity, and foresight. His name serves as the symbol of Namibia's independence, a ray of hope inscribed in Namibia's foundation.
Was instrumental, shaping Namibia into a viable independent nation as it is today. Today we are mourning the honor, comrade, a humble man, and a true revolutionary who devoted his life, sovereignty, national building, and continuous development of Namibia. This is a deeply humbling moment to tribute to the son of the soil, the pivotal legacy, the son of the soil, the founding father of our nation. Esteemed leaders, SWAPO Party, our revered first president, chosen one destiny to guide the people of Namibia towards our independence. Comrade Nujoma unwavering commitment and resilience and hope provided the foundation for so many of us to join the liberation struggle, uniting in the face of oppression and the honors of apartheid.
I can feel and express how we as a people feel, but I urge all of us to draw our solace in the book of Ignatius, chapter 3, verse 2 to 8, that says there is time for everything. Indeed, there is a time to be born and a time to die, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance. The founding father was a visionary and charismatic, formidable, astute and brave leader who dedicated his life to the total liberation of our country and its people from the oppression and colonial rule of the white government. It is never easy to speak at any occasion of a loss, more so of a great leader, a great liberator, freedom fighter, commander-in-chief, a unifier, a founding father of the Namibian nation, and indeed the first president of the Democratic Republic of Namibia. The founding president was among the last crop of a generation of extraordinary personalities that Africa has enjoyed. And these are African leaders who led their countries out of the yoke of colonial rule and oppression, and indeed through their selflessness have fought fiercely to ensure total liberation of their countries. And indeed, our president, our fallen hero, the founding father, is among the wave of those leaders. The first wave of brave men and women of Africa who say, above everything, will not sit idle, but will stand up and go out there and wage war against the tyranny and colonial oppression of the white
Thank you so much for choosing NTV to bring you this live broadcast. We continue to bring you highlights from the memorial services of our Omkokoli throughout the country. The hearse carrying the remains of the late founding president Sam Nujoma arrived at Enana Sport Field where the Ohangwena Regional Memorial Service took place. Utoni Nujoma, the son of the late president, expressed his utmost gratitude on behalf of his family to the Namibian nation for their support during the difficult time. Speaking at the memorial service, the head of Ondonga Traditional Authority, Omkwanirwa Philemon Shumbwa Nangolo, paid his respect to Nujoma. Former plane combatants performed a liberation struggle song in his honor. Former President Hifikepunye Pohamba called upon the Namibian people, especially the youth, to continue implementing the programs established by Nujoma, emphasizing that his name and legacy would be remembered for generations to come. Prime Minister Sarakugongerwa Amadira also paid tribute to the late founding president during the memorial service at Enana Sports Field in the Ohangwena region.
For this opportunity, really to thank on behalf of my siblings, Kusuta, Saki, the nephews and the nieces, really to thank the Namibian public for the overwhelming sharing of grief and sorrow. My father health started deteriorating almost a year ago, and since then we have been going to and from the hospital trying to see that his condition improved. But the last 6 months was the most terrible because we have been in contact with the doctors, and they were telling us that the condition has deteriorated. Unfortunately, the doctors also advised that it is not possible. We have been trying to contact foreign doctors to fly him out. And as a result, the condition continued to deteriorate until the 8th of August that at 11:45. That was the last time my father breathed his last breath. So I only came here really and accompanying the remains of my father so that we can thank the Namibian people. And particularly the people yesterday, what I noticed in Omsati and now in Ohangwena, it is really overwhelming. Yeah, so I also just want to tell you that I had a special relationship with my father. And that relationship was always the commander-in-chief and his soldier. Yeah, because as we were growing up, in the first place, we realized in the old location, that's when I realized the brutality of the colonial system. The police would raid our house from time to time, looking for documents. I don't know what type of documents. And then they will also, early in the morning, what was annoying, it was...
We are indeed blessed to have had a leader of the stature of the founding president. We are grateful that we could have him with us up to the ripe age of 95 years, so that we can continue to benefit from his wise leadership and his mentorship. Many of us directly benefited from his mentorship, which is one of his most outstanding attributes. Therefore, as the dark cloud of his death hangs over us, we take time to pay him respect and to celebrate him as a fearless freedom fighter, a revered Namibian hero and leader of our revolution, the founding father of our democratic republic, a Pan-Africanist of note, a noble statesman, a father and a grandfather to many. We are grateful that he could witness and enjoy the freedom that he sacrificed so much for.
To tell my fellow Namibian citizens, particularly the young ones, that the programs that Sam Nujoma has put up must continue even if he is no more there. This was also, in a way, mentioned by the Onkwanirwa Wandonga when he spoke to us tonight. The country must continue developmental projects as well as social projects plus educational projects. Even after Sam Nujoma. Even after the president who is going to come after 100 years to come as from today. Because Sam said Namibia is free, and it is free forever.
As we prepare to bury the late founding father of Namibia, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, you are joined now by Ashwin Bedi and Toivo Njebela as we take you through the day. However, first off, we do have a journalist on the ground, someone you might be familiar with, Toivo, Elizabeth Klebes, and she's got an update for us with regards to how, folks are filing up and headed towards the Heroes Acre. Good morning, Elizabeth. How's the weather there?
Good morning. It is perfect. There's a profound stillness and a peace that I've experienced while being here as mourners continue to get off the buses and make their way to the Heroes Acre. Young and old, you won't believe me. The youngest I've seen here, it was 2 years boy, 2 years old boy. And right now, I think everyone has now already made their way into the Heroes Acre, which is waiting for the remains of the family.
All right. Oh, that's very interesting. Something we must commend ourselves for is how timely we've been, as Namibians. Elizabeth, I noticed that you had servicemen there in front of you. I assume they're directing traffic and making sure nothing goes amiss.
Yes. So far, the traffic was crazy. We had hundreds of cars filing through here, but it seems now that everything has calmed down. There was a bit of chaos, organized chaos, of course, but now we can start to see that the roads are cleared and everyone is just patiently waiting for the remains to make its way here.
All right, Elizabeth, and with regards to the remains, I'm sure you'll give us an update once they are passing through. You told me the weather's perfect. Yesterday it was raining, which also happened to be perfect for us Africans. Is there any other update we can look forward to, Elizabeth?
We will let you know as soon as the remains make their way here. I can already see a motorcade on its way, so just stay tuned.
Okay, Elizabeth, if it's all the same, could you just stick around just in case that motorcade pulls through right after we chat? The moment you let us know, we'll certainly swing over to you. You're still with NTV as we bring you the procession with regards to Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nuyoma's remains finally being laid to rest at the Heroes Acre where they belong.
10 o'clock before the National and African Union anthems will be sung to open the program. We're expecting some remarks and scripture reading by Bishop Emeritus Dr. Azavania Kameta from Elsin, performance by the Namibian Defense Force, and then the message by His Excellency Dr. Mbumba. The casket is then taken to the graveside, a removal of the flag by the bearers, and then the lowering of the casket concurrently with a 21-gun salute and fly past last post and revel. And then the rite of committal by Bishop Emeritus Cleopas Dumeni from Elsin. Then the covering of the grave by the Namibian Defense Force will commence, and finally the handing over of accoutrements to Madam Kovambo Nujoma, widow, by His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, and the Chief Mourner. And that is a very, very short program that we're expecting, of course, at Heroes Acre as well. The laying of wreaths will take place, and after that, we'll expect them to depart, closing off the official part of the program.
With the escort and the street lining of the military personnel along the street or along the road, starting from Sibebasia until at Heroes Acre at the internal flame, you will see a number of troops on both sides of the road, whereby they are now paying the respect of the remains of the late Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. And then we have the escort commander with a strength of a battalion plus. The escort commander this time is also Brigadier General Owen Orange, who is the commander of Air Defense Brigade, a unit located in Windhoek. So we are waiting also for the chief chaplain, as you put it on, Lieutenant Colonel Malima, to lead that procession as they are leaving Independence Stadium.
Well, they will be leaving the Independence Stadium very shortly there as well. As you can see, the gun carriage, of course, ready. And momentarily, we'll have movement from that end. Let's quickly just cross over to the stadium just to allow you to take on the sound and just take in the pictures from that side as well.
So, Toivo, we are here at the very end of a journey that started in May 2029. The full journey in its entirety ends today on the 1st of March 2025.
Yeah, that is actually what makes today harder than any of the past, I don't know how many days, since the 8th of February. I think today is the most difficult because then you know you will never see anything resembling the image of Sam Nujoma again, the person. Only his legacy now remains. In situations like this, when there's death, sometimes you accept it has happened, but the moment that casket is lowered into the ground, that is really when it hits you that indeed this is the final goodbye, and that is not an easy thing.
That sense of finality is really what we're going to be battling with today. As you could see in the previous visuals, there's a lot of people at the Heroes Acre, and right now on your screen are the mortal remains of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, having spent their last time ever at Independence Stadium that he knew too well, a stadium that we have fond memories of him being in. This is the very last time his mortal remains will be in the stadium, and now he is going home, as they say, to the Heroes Acre. So, Toivo, we're expecting, of course, the program to be just as smooth as it was yesterday. We have to commend the Namibian nation, the journalists, the media at large, the government of the Republic of Namibia for approaching this with so much pragmatism and giving it the reverence it deserves, whilst making sure that everything goes essentially as planned. And just now we're going to be crossing over to a VMix to talk to Philippus, who is currently right there at the Independence Stadium. Philippus, are you going to, I assume we're going to be talking to him just now. All right, Philippus, not sure if you can hear me. I think you can. You are on the ground. Give us an update. All All right, so it seems like Philippus, there's something else that happens is network tends to get scrambled, especially when you're around in that area. We were hoping we could get an update from Philippus, but we can see the visuals by ourselves. Philippus, are you with us? All right, Philippus, you are right there standing in front of the casket of the founding father of the Republic of Namibia.
The casket of the late founding President Dr. Patrick Nujoma, proceeding to Heroes Acre, where he will be laid to rest. You can see high-ranking military officials have just much is mental. The procession is now heading to Heroes Acre, where the state funeral will be taking place. For me, bye.
Thank you very much, Philippus, for that update. Philippus is right there, closer than most people will come through. Of course, the body of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma went around Namibia, giving people an opportunity to say goodbye, and the final goodbye is upon us. So we were saying yesterday, Anna did highlight this. Yesterday was, of course, as many people as possible did go to the Heroes Acre, but it wasn't a public holiday. A break was given to government employees, but we would expect that the Heroes Acre is going to be to full capacity today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at particularly in Windhoek yesterday, you could see that so many people have arrived in town. You could almost guess that there's a lot of people in town that are from outside Windhoek for the big occasion, which is again very iconic because I mean, you thought ordinarily that after the casket having been taken around the country, that people would have felt that they have done their part in saying goodbye to Sam Nujoma, but there are those who are still holding on to that idea of still coming here and say, look, I might have attended the memorial in Oshozonjupa or in Nerongo, but I'm still going to Windhoek just for that one final goodbye. And it says a lot just about how revered this man was. And yeah, so we expect it to be full to the brim.
We absolutely do. And again, you know, all his speeches, all the times he's been at the Heroes Acre, this time again is going to be his final time, and we're all battling with that sense of closure. Is closure the right word? Or today we deal with the finality. I think closure takes a little longer.
No, closure is, I mean, broadly speaking, it's the correct way. There's a lot of, I mean, when we were speaking to Elizabeth Kaibes there, we could see that there's people lining up along the streets, because that is exactly what we are going to see. Apart from those that will, I mean, you can see the images right now there. You can see it's really, really getting full. And I mean, I'm sure there are still people arriving at the site. So it's going to be very, very full. And that is apart from the people that are lining up along the road to Heroes Acre. My family is actually also standing along the road there, my children and my wife, also waving the Namibian flag. And yeah, it's just crazy what is going to be happening today.
I mean, what has that process been like for you? Because, I mean, you don't exist solely in your role as a journalist. You are a husband, you are a father. What's it been like, you know, taking your family, or at least observing your family throughout this experience?
Yeah, I mean, it's been crazy. My wife in particular has been just stuck on this tribute. She's been following them so religiously. I mean, I don't have the privilege of watching TV all the time. So most of the time, especially in the evenings, I'm still at the office producing the newspaper, you know, looking into the proceedings here and there, but mostly on the paper. And you know, I'm from Umsat region, where Sam Nujoma is coming from. My family is from Umsat region, my wife too. So there's this attachment also that we have to the man. I mean, he was by no means confined to Umsati. He was a national icon, he was an international icon, but there's still a bit of weight when you come from the same area as the founding president. And it has been, I mean, in Umsati, when people talk about Sam Nujoma, it's like I don't know, a demigod of some sort, and understandably so. So it has been a tough one to take in, but it is what it is. We thank God, especially those of us who are believers in the Christian faith, that we thank God for having given us the gift of Sam Nujoma for so long.
Yes.
There's nothing in the world that we could have done to make this inevitable, so it was always going to happen.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, you know, speaking of his legacy not being confined to Msati, my wife is Zambian, and as you know, my roots are in Zimbabwe. And for both of us, we felt inseparable from the Namibian experience with regards to Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, because as you know, he was very attached to the liberation heroes that we grew up with, Kenneth Kaunda, Robert Gabriel Mugabe. In Namibia, the road that drives through to the State House is Robert Mugabe. In Zimbabwe, it's Sam Nujoma. These guys were, you know, essentially it's one of the roads there that goes through the State House. So really, you know, navigating this time and space, which really belongs to all of us as Africans, as Namibians, is something so rare, because there's also a finality in the sense that we will never feel like this again, because the way we feel is specific to Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. And as you can see on the screen there, the procession of his remains have started to head out to the Heroes Acre, especially after that update with Philippus Usiku. So right there is Hage Geingob Stadium, where Dr. Sam Nujoma is passing through. Dr. Hage G. Geingob, yet another Namibian leader who had the stamp of approval of Sam Nujoma, Hage Geingob Stadium right there. An old friend that he also had to bury, and now he goes to join him in the mausoleum right there. They'll be right next to each other, right there at the Heroes Acre. And I also like how intentional the routes have been in each and every town, you know, going through Hage Geingob Street, going through Sam Nujoma Street. I'm sure there could have been more convenient routes to get to the stadiums and to the places the memorials were happening. But there is something about going through those roads, of which obviously most of them would have been inaugurated by the individuals they are named after. But to see them go through those roads one last time is a lasting image.
No, absolutely. One of the things that our country has done quite well to document the heroics of those that have sacrificed for our freedom is to mark those important instruments, the stadiums, the roads. I mean, sometimes I felt that it was a bit excessive, that people are being named after almost everything. But in moments like this, you see an element of justification why it's important for the nation never to forget the sacrifices of these gallant men and women.
Yes, indeed. It's interesting that we spend a lifetime calling someone a son of the soil, and it's harrowing to see him be received by that same soil.
Yeah, absolutely. No, the soil is essentially receiving its son today. Not the nicest thing to say, but that is actually what is going to happen today. And Sam Nujoma, like I said in my editorial on Friday, I've written that there's no, because he was a very extraordinary figure in our body politic, and there's no way that it would be selfish of us to ask anyone, even his own children, to embody fully what he was. So what I've written in my editorial was to say that there's a Sam Nujoma in all of us. There's a person who has courage. There's a person who has compassion. There's a person who's visionary. This cannot be found in one person only, as it was in the case of Sam Nujoma, but in our collective. If Ashwin Berry has this, Toiban Jabela has this, another person has that, in our collective, we can live the essence of Sam Nujoma, and that is the only way we can carry on his legacy.
Absolutely, and this is not to trivialize in any shape or form this metaphor, but as you're speaking of that, I thought of Captain Planet.
Yeah.
You know how everyone has got a ring: earth, wind, fire, and ultimately that's what forms Captain Planet, and that's how I feel. You know, when you talk about people like Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, and quite frankly, I have no issues referring to things I enjoyed in my childhood, because that's when we all started to get to know the great Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. My goodness, as you can see, the procession is on its way. It's interesting because I felt more comfortable when it was driving slow, only because you almost want this moment to be stretched out as long as possible. But when it's taking up the speed that it's meant to, knowing where it's going, you almost want to be like, guys, slow down.
We saw them leaving. We saw them leaving the stadium just now. But of course, the stadium is also very close. You could see traffic coming to a standstill there.
Yes, just outside the Grove Mall of Namibia, traffic has come to a standstill. Please do forgive the pixelation. However, we are absolutely grateful for all the footage coming from NBC. My goodness, have they been committed throughout this process. You remember those visuals at the North, NBC guys hanging outside of the car just to make sure they get the footage. And you can see that this moment for them means a lot. And we are grateful to them for allowing us to also produce through them, for giving us their platform as we all seek to serve the Namibian nation at this moment. How essential is that, this collaborative effort, not just, I don't believe it's just media, but of all sectors at this time?
No, I think there are times when life demands that we put everything on the side. I mean, we all run in our own lanes. As media professionals, you sometimes want to be the first to put out a news item, you want to be ahead of competition and whatnot. But there are moments like this where none of that matters at all. We hold hands as one and say, and that's why we are very grateful to NBC for understanding also the very essence of this occasion, to say whoever wants to plug into our system and inform people accordingly are welcome. And that's why that incident in the North recently, when the remains arrived in Ondangwa, and there was this preferential treatment towards NBC by the police, and again, it's not NBC's fault. It was the police who were essentially biased, and I think they later came to understand that we are all serving different audiences. There are people who only listen to a particular radio station. There are people who only read a particular newspaper, or that is the only newspaper that they could lay their hands on that particular day. And if you look at that image, Ashwin, people lining up like we predicted, like we said. There's so many people in the Heroes Acre premises already, but you see so many people having the Namibian flag.
Absolutely.
And all that.
Yeah, and I was a little heartbroken myself when I thought of the fact that I haven't been able to be there because I'm reporting on what's there. But I'm grateful because you look at the media freedom that Sam Nujoma established in Namibia. It allows us to constantly be a part of this moment, to constantly be involved, and we're grateful for that. We hope you are aware of all our streaming platforms, Network Media Hub on YouTube, 1up2.com, and please make sure that you do tune in. What you were saying is we all have different audiences. Part of the reason we wanted to make sure we get the stream from NBC is I've been sending this link to Zimbabwe for the Zimbabweans who are grieving with us. Not everyone can make it to Namibia. Of course, as you can see on the screen, President Emerson Mnangagwa did come through to pay his last and final respects. A lot of people would separate him from the legacy of Mugabe, but do keep in mind he was Mugabe's right-hand man from the very beginning, so him and Sam Nujoma would have certainly had a personal relationship. We're looking at visuals right now. This is at the Heroes Acre. Madame Kovambo Nujoma over there, and my goodness, I I can't even try to imagine
Yeah.
what today means for her, because arguably no one spent more time with her than us.
Yeah,
and she was his backbone. She was his support system. I don't believe we saw him cry. I don't know if you ever did. If he ever did, you know, his vulnerability, she knew Sam Nujoma across decades in such a in a manner that we cannot possibly conceptualize what this means. And also, we are grateful that Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma had a lasting love with Madame Kovambo Nujoma. We are grateful because as the Namibian nation, we could only be so much for him, but he had a partner, a life partner. And as you can see, more arrivals, Toivo.
Yeah, that is Vice President Netumona Nindaitwa, also one of the first people to serve in the Nujoma cabinets, one of the first women, as a matter of fact, to serve in the Nujoma cabinet. And it's good to see that, I mean, yesterday when I was speaking to Matthias Aufik on this platform, we spoke about how visionary Sam Nujoma was in already entrusting women with responsibilities. We had people like Sarah Kugangelwa, who became Director General of the National Planning Commission at the age of 26. Pendukani Ivulaitana, who went on to become the Secretary General of SWAPO. And Netumana Nindaitwa, who is now being sworn in as president next month. So Sam Nujoma gave people responsibilities. He spotted people. He spotted talent. He nurtured these leaders, and now they are ready to take over from people like him.
Absolutely. I mean, Tumbo does specifically mention that in 2022, Sam Nujoma told her to put her name in the hat. And so these are some of the ways that his legacy will live forever, because he made lasting decisions that we Namibians are totally in sync with, from my understanding, especially after the wrapped up case. We are very, very clear that the decision Namibians made was made Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, and that kind of foresight is also particularly what we are going to miss. But we also have to trust that the man instilled enough of his vision in the folks that are to follow him in order for them to be able to continue to tackle the mandate of leading this great nation.
Absolutely. I mean, people like, Netumona Ndaitwa is on record so many times about, for example, that Sam Nujoma is one of those who encouraged her to give this whole thing a shot. I think around 2022, when the SWAPO Congress was going to take place, and the people, all these candidates were going to these wise heads to say, Tatekulu, do you think I can stand? Do you think I'm ready? And she says that Sam Nujoma is one of those who said, my child, you are ready now. We have seen you grow into the woman that can lead our country. President Pahamba endorsed Netumona Nindaitwa at the time again. So that visionary leadership of saying, we see potential in this person, we think this person, because they will not endorse you, those men. They will not endorse you just for sentimentalism. There must be something solid that they've seen in you, because the country is too big and too precious to be compromised at the altar of political expediency.
Yes, indeed. We're going to cross over to a V-Mix with Elizabeth Qaibes as she gives us an update on the route to the stadium. Elizabeth, what do you have for us?
So right now the motorcade is en route. We can see it, it's within eyeshot. There was a bit of drama as some cyclists were on the road and they had to be escorted off the road. But now
I think we're having a bit of a connectivity issue there with Elizabeth Qaibes, but she did so faithfully earlier tell us that she was stationed there. And as we've been expecting, as the procession continues, the network needs to constantly be consolidated. I think
we still can hear you.
You still can hear Elizabeth. Elizabeth, is there anything more you have for us?
Okay.
All right.
We have issues.
We do have
as
issues.
We expect,
yeah, as we expect.
But
those are the visuals right now. As you said,
Yeah.
currently it's a pass of the button between NTV and NBC. We are just making sure we get to the end of the line together.
Yeah.
And my, oh my, look at that procession of vehicles. It is regal. It is dignified. It shows the people who are prepared to say their final goodbye to an African pioneer. Lovely image of the gentleman holding the portraits there. And this is how you understand that human beings carry the understanding of meaning so much more beyond the mortal flesh, because you're holding that portrait. We know that the portrait can't really be seen, but you know what it means. The portrait is for you. The portrait is your expression of love for this man. Whoever's looking might be looking, but you are here to appreciate that Sam Nujoma was here, to see those salutes, the last salutes some of those, all of those soldiers will be giving to Namibia's first founding father. And we must truly be grateful for the blessed land we live in, Toivo. These roads are absolutely gorgeous. The landscapes are truly beautiful, and one can't help but feel like Sam Nujoma, and experiencing the beauty of Namibia, truly understood the depth of what he had achieved for this nation.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, you were speaking, Ashwin, earlier on about what former First Lady Kovambo Nujoma knows of this man. She knows everything that we do not know. We knew Sam Nujoma from the podium. We knew about his legacy because we live in the legacy of Sam Nujoma. I mean, the freedoms, the democracy, the everything that you have today, the development that our country has seen over the last 35 years. But there are unique sides to Sam Nujoma that only Kovambo Nujoma as a wife would have known. You spoke about, have we ever seen Sam Nujoma crying? We've never, ever seen him. But I'm sure even when his mother passed away, Kovambo Nujoma might have seen that. Because Sam Nujoma was exactly that. He's a man who hated showing weakness. Of course, crying is not a weakness. But, you know, that was always his line of thinking, that, you know, you must always show strength. And I have, again, referring to my editorial in Friday's paper, I've also written, quoted South African thinker and writer Prince Mashele, who said, and I'm paraphrasing here, essentially saying that you know, children who do not leave the graveside of their parent who was a breadwinner are bound to suffer from hunger. And he went on to say that it does not matter how violently we sob, the dead will never come back. And Sam Nujoma, if he was to resurrect one last time, he would, once this is over and done with, he would push us and say, my people, go now and work. Go and, you know, do not put your head down for eternity. Go and work. So
once you've said goodbye to the body, embody the man.
Absolutely, yes.
We're now going to cross over to the audio of NBC, the national broadcaster, as Sam Nujoma enters the Heroes' Acre.
At the Independence Stadium, where we saw a number of heads of states from the African continent, from parts of the world, join us to bid farewell to our founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. Well, this morning, the procession will leave the Independence Stadium, where the body laid in state, and is expected to take the routes along the David Merero Road, through the Frank Frederick Street, and then all the way to the Heroes' Acre. And once the casket, accompanied by the Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, arrives here at the Heroes' Acre, we expect, of course, to have a very short program. Because majority of it was truly yesterday, where a number of speakers gave tributes. You know, people spoke about the life of His Excellency the President, Dr. Semshafishuna Nujoma, and his status as our founding president and father of the Namibian nation. And finally, today we lay him to rest.
But today's program is considerably shorter than yesterday.
Indeed. And this is so because really the main event, if you will, is just to lay him to rest. And that is why once the speech by His Excellency the President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, has concluded, we will then move over to the mausoleum where the public will have an opportunity to see the writings on the wall of the mausoleum. That includes the speech our founding president gave in 1990, 21st March at the dawn of independence, as well as the writings on his tombstone to mark some of the Bible's verses the Nujoma family picked out, and some of the quotable quotes that President Nujoma has made when he was still alive.
Can you tell us something about where he will be buried, where he will be laid to rest?
Yes, so there are 4 mausoleums on this piece of land at the Heroes Acre. He'll be buried on the one that's towards the top. We'll see it as we move towards the top of the Heroes Acre. It is a mausoleum. That is where he's going to be laid to rest. Of course, preceding that would be the laying of wreaths. This will be done by a few people, including His Excellency the President, the widow, and the Chief of Defense Force to lay the wreaths before we get an opportunity to see his body be put in the grave and be covered by the Namibian Defense Force. And I must say, this entire process, the processions, the official memorial service, the handling of the casket, all of this is managed by the Namibian Defense Force. All these processes are owed to their military procedures in paying homage to their first and founding Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Force in the Republic of Namibia.
And the official, it has now been 21 days of the official mourning. It comes to an end today after the ceremony.
Correct. So,
okay, does that mean what happens to the flags?
Yes. So, because of the proclamation that was signed by His Excellency the President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, he clearly indicated that during the period of mourning, will be the 9th of February to the 1st of March, which ends today, which is day 21 of our mourning period, just basically 3 weeks, and that the flags were flying at half-mast during the mourning period, which means after that, as from tomorrow, when people at different institutions of the state hoist their flags, they will be hoisted at full mast and not at half-mast anymore. But I must also indicate this morning that there were dignitaries that did not join us yesterday at the state memorial service, but we expect the number to join us this morning. Earlier we observed the arrival of the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. She was not here yesterday, but she arrived to join us today. We expect the likes of His Excellency, the former President of South Africa, Dr. Thabo Mbeki, to also join us, including, in fact, the President of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, to also join us this morning. So there will be dignitaries that were not at the memorial service yesterday who have made commitment to join us in mourning as we lay our founding to rest here at the Heroes Acre.
It must have taken incredible logistical organization to put an event like this, a ceremony like this together. Take us through some of the processes.
I will have to write a book. But I think the nation must appreciate the government's commitment to ensuring that as many Namibians bid farewell to the man who at the dawn of independence said, Namibia will forever remain sovereign, independent, and free. And that is why a decision was taken by the Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency President Nangolo Mbumba, by the powers vested in him, that he wants every Namibian possible to say goodbye, and that the remains of our founding must go across the country. Of course, the time period was limited, resources are forever limited, but because of that commitment, the state saw it fit that we need to find a way, whatever it takes, to put the necessary logistics in place to give that opportunity to Namibians. And yes, it will cost a lot of money. And yes, it will take a lot of time. It's not expected that an airplane of that nature, magnitude, flying across the country would cost a small fraction. It will be significant. The military personnel who are looking after the remains of our founding president, transporting it everywhere, guarding it everywhere, making sure law and order is maintained, making sure that the necessary infrastructure at the different memorial services is befitting the remains of our founding president coming there for the ceremony to take place and Namibians to come view the body. To make sure that at Heroes Acre we set up this infrastructure, the media is taken care of, the military personnel is taken care of, that the nation, when they come, manage to get a drink or something to munch on, is taken care of. It requires a lot of input, a lot of financial backing, and we will make mistakes, and we have made mistakes, and I have asked for the nation's forgiveness where we have made a few errors. But I think so far we have tried our best to give a befitting farewell to our founding president, the reason why we can even be here and be able to fly planes and be able to put up infrastructure and be able to freely speak on the radio and television to showcase this very, very historical moment where the remains of an individual, the only man given the status of founding father, taken across the country for Namibians to say goodbye, is finally being laid to rest on the 1st of March 2025 at the Heroes Acre.
Absolutely. And of course, you are the line ministry for the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, which has played a tremendous role in bringing the coverage of these events from the day of the announcement of the death of the president. NBC has taken the ball and run with it. Would you agree?
I fully agree, and indeed, I think all state functionaries had to move. You know, we needed to come together and make the dream work in terms of pulling off this very important historical event to bid farewell. So yes, NBC has played a very important part. As per the Act of the National Broadcaster, it says, you know, the mandate of NBC is to inform, to entertain and other things, but I want to emphasize on inform. And so many Namibians depend on NBC to get the right information. And I need to stress accurate information, because we've been grappling with so much, you know, misinformation, fake news, disinformation, information not verified but being made public. But as a trusted broadcaster, a trusted institution in the eyes of Namibians, when you broadcast on television, when you broadcast on radio, which has a 98% reach of the population in this country, you have played a tremendous role in ensuring that the public knows exactly what is going on, why it's happening, and what exactly is the reason behind these processes happening. And I think that information has been critical. And I would like to thank the Namibian people. They've been patient, they've been compliant, they've been respectful, they've shown so much respect towards this process, and as a government, we can only say thank you. And that is the role that NBC has played in bridging us getting the information from the state to the general public of the Republic of Namibia.
Minister, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And we were speaking to Emma Theophilus, the Minister of Information, Communication and Communication Technology, who basically took us through the various steps that have been taken by government to ensure that this ceremony reaches all Namibians, first of all, and that this ceremony goes off without a hitch, and that the founding president and father of the nation is given a befitting farewell, as is his due. If you've just joined us, we're coming to you live from Heroes Acre on NBC, brought to you by NBC. And we're live at Heroes Acre for the burial ceremony of the founding president and father of the nation. Let me take this opportunity to welcome all our viewers and our online viewers as well on our various social media platforms. Welcome to all of you, and we hope you'll be with us for the rest of the time that we are here at Heroes Acre. The program today is going to be very short. There will be no speeches. The only speech will be the one given by the head of state. And from there, the casket is going to be taken to the gravesite. We would like to warn the people living within the vicinity of Heroes Acre, please do not be alarmed. This is a normal procedure. It is going to be a 21-gun salute, and it has a booming effect. So, but please don't be alarmed. From there is going to be the last post and reveille. The last post and reveille is a military honor that is given to at the burial of a person that has been accorded a military honors, and it will be sung or played by two members of the defense force. The rite of committal will be by Bishop Emeritus Cleopas Dumeni from the Evangelical Lutheran Church, who is also a long-time friend of the late founding president. And,
Apapata, moma, eso yafikita limatuka ithimbo onena ahawe angula dhindhilika mbika onga shinge tali yange funja tali endelele eso kalina onjolola tali kutapo akulunduna ndona ayambanosho ohepele longekida onjila yoye ehupito ukamone uva hiyo ndiko ilongekida onkatu keheko keso yukita keso wo tale nango kukala koe konjela omwenyongo waluke tali yange funja tali endelele eso kalina onjolola tali kuthapo akuluntuna nona ayambanosho ohepele longekida onjila yoyi ehupito ukamone kalawa tonata ontenya nusiku zamombo posidulunde auke onjila yoye yokuzamuyunimu longekida manga unethimbo tali yange funja tali endelele eso kalina onjolola tali kuthapo akulunduna nona ayambanosho ohepele longekida onjila yoye ehupito ukamone ngoekonja ano wana umbanda washa ngoyewo zalo nyati omeitaro umpango uidiginine aluke vulikawo komautho ageke tali yange funja tali endelele eso kalina onjolola tali kutapo akuluntuna nona ayambanosho ohepele longekida onjila yoye ehupito ukamone
Tangitate watea elenge do koloni Tangi eshi wetu ilikeke manguluko Tangitate watea elenge do koloni Tangi eshi wetu ilikeke manguluko Tangitate watea elenge do koloni Tangi eshi wetu ilikeke manguluko Tangitate watea elenge do koloni Tangi eshi wetu ilikeke manguluko Samduyo umbona Samduyo umbona wa Afrika Samduyo umbona wa
arrive on the site.
As you can see, of course, live visuals from the Heroes Acre. We've been seeing some sights of the president that's mounted now on the ceremonial jeep, ready to lead the procession going into the Heroes Acre.
You have observed that the escort has just started to march towards the internal flame, and in front we have the escort commander. In this case, we have Brigadier General Owen Orange, who is General Officer commanding Air Defense Brigade, a unit or a formation that is located in Windhoek. And immediately after they have taken their position, the remains is also expected to arrive accompanied by the chief mourner, in this case, the President of the Republic of Namibia, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, and he is with a leading jeep, a presidential jeep, a ceremonial jeep, followed by the chief military mourner, Air Vice Marshal Martin Kambolo Pinyas, and then they are following now. They are following the casket. So they've just kicked off, leaving the main gate of Heroes Acre to the internal flame. So in front there, that's now the escort army. And this escort has a strength of a battalion plus, more than the whole escort. It's more than 800 men and women in uniform. So those are the escort. This time around, we don't call them a parade, but they have a specific name that it's an escort. They are escorting the remains of the late His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. And there comes or arrives the escort commander, Brigadier General Orange Owen, taking his position.
But of course, you see the crowds have showed up in droves to come and pay respects, founding respects to the founding father. That procession also including the children, grandchildren, and representatives of the family just behind the chief of the Namibian Defense Force in the procession. It's been quite a very, very busy week for them as well, having to travel to all the regions and be present at all the memorial services.
The escort commander will give a word of command, national salute, to accord the casket with a military honor upon the arrival of the casket of the late founding father, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. And this time, it is just the same like with the previous state funeral of Dr. Hage Kenkop. We have senior officers who are escorting Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma's remains And these senior officers are for the rank or with the rank of generals. In this case, generals from the army are major generals, and then marshals from Air Force are Air Vice Marshal or Air Commodores. And then we have also flag officers from the Navy who are having the ranks of Rear Admirals and Rear Admiral junior grades. Those are the generals who are escorting the remains of His Excellency this morning at Heroes Acre for the state funeral taking place.
So earlier on, we've just seen some visuals there of the South African President, Cyril Ramaphosa, who was unable to make it for the memorial yesterday, but indeed ensured to be here for the funeral of the late founding father. The relationship of the late founding father, of course, going way back. Cyril Ramaphosa himself was a former anti-apartheid activist and trade union leader. And Ramaphosa is also, of course, the president of the African National Congress, the ANC, who's the Liberation Struggle Party in South Africa. The relationship between the two political parties, of course, going on way back till the initial start of the founding of the SWAPO party. And the two parties have really been connected by the umbilical cord. In fact, the ANC also had early in the week their own memorial service in South Africa for the founding father, who was officiated by Fikile Mbalula, the Secretary General of the African National Congress there in South Africa. Of course, we were expecting quite a strong presence from SADC, as you see now. The President of Angola, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Lesotho represented by the Prime Minister, Democratic Republic of Congo also represented here, so former President Joseph Kabila as well.
The escort troops are drawn from all arms of service, namely the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy. And the other troops that you see in red, white, and blue, those are from the 2-1 Brigade, representing the Guard of Honor and the military band. So the red represent the Army, the white represent the Navy, and the blue represent the Air Force. And now we are also expecting now the arrival of the casket with the remains of our founding president, Dr. Senta Nujoma, at the internal plane, whereby the parade commander or the escort commander, in this case, will command the whole parade or the whole escort national salute to accord the casket with a military honor upon the arrival of the casket. I always emphasize the difference between these funerals, be the state funeral, the official funeral, and the military funeral. For the state funeral, it makes a provision for the casket to be carried on a gun carriage. As you can see on your screen, that the casket with the remains, it's on the gun carriage pulled by an APC. APC stands for Armored Personnel Carrier, which is a symbolic of the value of the state funeral. And also for the state funeral, there is a number of gun salutes that need to be fired or to be honored in honor of the head of state, a former head of state, a prime minister, a speaker of the National Assembly, chairperson of the National Assembly, chief justice, deputy prime minister, cabinet ministers, attorney general, or any Namibian citizen as directed by the president. Now, with a former president or a sitting president, the number of gun salutes to be fired, it should be 21 gun salute. While for the prime minister, it should be 19 gun salute. For the speaker of the National Assembly, it should be 17 gun salute. The rest, the chairperson, the chief justice, deputy prime minister, cabinet ministers, they are also to receive 17 gun salute. While for any Namibian citizen that the president is directed to be accorded with a state funeral, he or she will be honored with or accorded with 13 gun salutes. Also, with a state funeral, the body lay in state for a number of days, 2 or 1 day. And the body can also be taken for a route procession, be it in one region or more than one region, as we have observed for a couple of weeks. The state funeral also has a mourning period, which is normally gazetted. In this case, we had a 21 days for mourning period. While with the official funeral, it's totally different. An official funeral and a military funeral, it's totally different. The casket is not carried on a gun carriage. It's carried by hand. And there are no provision for a gun salute for an official funeral. But volleys are fired with small arms. Small arms are weapons such as AKs. Now we are observing the arrival of the casket making its way at the internal flame, whereby we are also expecting the escort commander to give the word of command, national salute, where all the troops who are on parade are going to present the arms for national salute, just to accord the honor to the arrival of the remains of our late founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma.
Well, of course, plenty of opportunity for many Namibians to go and view the body as it was laying in state overnight at the Independence Stadium. And of course, in the regions, a couple of days before that. The orderly and the discipline that we are observing, Colonel, something which the founding father was quite clear about and adamant about, that there must be respect and discipline amongst the rank and file. We saw soldiers lined up on the street leading up to the Heroes Acre even before that. Talk to us a little bit about the symbolic importance of that lineup by the soldiers.
Yes, that lineup, it's very simple to say that they provide their final highest military respect with that escort plus the street lining of military personnel along the road, they started from Independence Stadium up to Heroes Acre. So that is the highest, last respect that they are honoring to the late president. That is the simple part of it. You have now had the word of command from the escort commander, alerting already the escort to adopt the attention position and to present arms national salute, which they have just done that, and they are receiving the casket with honor and respect. So they will adopt that position until the casket is placed on the coffin trolley or on the designated position for the casket in order for the official program now to start.
President Nangolo Mbumba, of course, on the ceremonial jeep right behind the procession. He's had quite a daunting task to lay former President Acre to rest, and now the founding father. They say few get called on during such change in the country's life, in a nation's timeline, with such huge responsibility, shouldered with so much grace and dignity. And as we've heard from his report yesterday, that we need to celebrate the life of the founding father by leaving the values that he has left us behind with, the values of discipline, respect amongst the rank and file, and of the commitment to improve the lives of all Namibians.
So the pallbearers are saluting the arrival of the remains, and then they will have to make at least 2 steps backwards to allow the bearers to take their position and remove the casket from the gun carriage. As I've stated earlier, that the bearers will always remove their headdresses before they can offload the casket or load the casket on the gun carriage. And that is exactly what's happening now. You have 2 other warrant officers who are collecting the headdresses of the bearers in order for the bearers to be able to carry out that task of removing the casket with the remains from the gun carriage and then place it at the designated position where the coffin trailer is. And then the official program will kick off.
The official program will kick off very soon. We're expecting remarks from President Mbumba. Quite a difficult time for him as well, if there has been a very, very close and personal friend of the founding father. He served as the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Rural Development from 1993 to 1996 under the cabinet of the founding father. And that portfolio was followed by the Ministry of Finance from 1996 until 2003. And he had also done some time as the Minister of Information and Communication Technology between 2003 to 2005. But one of his longest portfolios or stays would arguably be at the Ministry of Safety and Security as well. For now, we're ready to quickly cross over to the Independence Stadium, Gadambire de Mburuka, to the Heroes Acre. Gadambire de Mburuka and Nora Paulus are on standby to take over.
Which was the longer of the 2 events. And at the memorial service, you had various speakers, including his eldest son, Utoni Nujoma, who gave the speech on behalf of the family. His widow also gave a speech, which was read on her behalf. And then you had the visiting heads of state who are here, who have graced us with their presence. They also gave tributes, paid tributes to the founding president. And we also had a tribute from our vice president and president-elect, who is going to be the first female president of in Namibia's history, Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa. And of course, the chief mourner, who is the head of state, President Nangolo Mbumba, then gave his speech. This was followed by the laying in state of the late founding president, where members of the public were able to come and view his remains, view his body, and pay and say their last goodbyes to the founding president. Before that, he was taken to many regions, Kavimbire.
Indeed. Started off with Etunda in Onganjera area, the homestead of the president, the Nujoma family. And then the second memorial service took place in Enana, in the Ohangwena region, that took care of 2 regions, that is Oshana and Ohangwena. And then the third memorial service was held in Rundu, taking care of Kavango East and Kavango West, and then Katima Mulilo, the Zambezi region, and then the Oshovenjupa region, specifically Grootfontein. Erongo region followed, and Karas, and then Independence Stadium. So Namibians had an opportunity to really say their goodbyes, recall the events and where they met and interacted with the founding president, those that had an opportunity to do so. And for the much younger population, it was really a history lesson in terms of tracing our steps during the liberation struggle, but then the state formation after our independence in 1990. So it has been quite a journey that we have been taken on as a country for the past 21 days, as we are sending our hero to his final resting place.
Kadambire, we saw earlier on the screen that the president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, is amongst the VIPs, amongst the presidents, foreign presidents who are here. So is President Emmerson Mnangagwa of Zimbabwe, who is also here. The South Africans actually came with a very strong delegation that comprised of the Secretary General of the ANC and ANC MK veterans. Now, this is significant because SWAPO, under the leadership of Sam Nujoma, had very close ties with the ANC under Oliver Tambo, the late Oliver Tambo. So it is significant that they are here, and the former veterans, former guerrillas of the ANC also saw fit to come and pay their respects. Begin formal. They're beginning, preparing to begin the formal ceremony.
Certainly, it is good to see neighboring countries that have that long history with Namibia during the liberation struggle were represented here in Windhoek. The Angolan president, Zimbabwean president, paying their tributes yesterday. We have seen the arrival of former President Thabo Mbeki, who also eulogized the president earlier on during a service held in his honor at the University of South Africa, where he narrated that these liberation icons are slowly disappearing from the scene, but Dr. Sam Nujoma is the last of them. And in typical fashion, President Mbeki is always an orator and he knows his history.
Oh, absolutely. Well, apart from knowing his history, he lived it. He lived it. He was there. He was in the thick of things. So obviously, he would be the best person to talk about the history between the two liberation movements and the history of the relationship that President Nujoma had with South Africa, with the ANC, because Mbeki lived it.
And it made it.
Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and our Chief Mourner, Meme Kovambo Nujoma, and the family, dear mourners, the casket has now been placed in front of the eternal flames. Therefore, let's remain standing for the national anthems.
Attention! From the front, national salute, present, on!
Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Mbumba, First Lady, Meme Mekulu Kovambo Nujoma, widow of the late Dr. Nujoma, the children, grandchildren, and the entire bereaved family, Your Excellency, Joao Gonçalves Lourenco, President of the Republic of Angola and Chairperson of the African Union, Your Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Excellency Dr. Emerson Dabuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Chairman of SADC, Your Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, Second President of the Republic of Namibia and Bedam Pohamba, His Excellency Mr. Esteban Lazo, Hernandez, member of the Political Bureau of the Cuban Communist Party and President of the National Assembly of People's Power and Council of State of Cuba, Her Excellency Tarja Halonen, former President of the Republic of Finland, Your Excellency Thabo Mbeki, former President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Excellency Mr. Joseph Kabila, former President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Your Excellency Lieutenant General Dr. Seretse Khama Ian Khama, former President of the Republic of Botswana, Your Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, Vice President and President-elect of the Republic of Namibia, and Lieutenant General Ndaitwah, Your Excellency Dr. Philip Isidore Mpango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Right Honorable Dr. Michael Bizwik Usi, Vice President of the Republic of Malawi, His Excellency Mr. Kasim Zetima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku Aemang, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, the Right Honorable Dr. Sarah Kuongerwa Madira, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia and Mr. Madila, the Right Honorable Mr. Samuel Tsokoane Matekane, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, Honorable Professor Peter Kachavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly, His Lordship Peter Shivute, Chief Justice, and Justice Shivute, Honorable Lucas Nimbu Muha, Chairperson of the National Council, and Madame Muha, Honorable John Mutorwa, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, and Madame Mutorwa, Her Excellency Tulisile Gladla, Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, His Excellency Mr. Lady Rebinga, Minister of Veterans, representing the President of the Republic of Algeria, His Excellency Dr. Andreas Bowman Schulte, Deputy President of the Federal Council of the Federal Republic of Germany, Honorable Ministers, Members of Parliament, and distinguished visiting ministers, Honorable Sophia Shaningwa, Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, Honorable McHenry Venani, Leader of the Official Opposition and representative of other political parties here present, the Right Honorable Nas Angola, former Prime Minister, and Madame Angola, Madame Monica Gainikos, former First Lady of Namibia, Madame Ana dos Santos, former First Lady of the Republic of Angola, Madame Grace Mugabe, former First Lady of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Madame Johanna Iyambo, spouse of the former Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Madame Johan Gurilas, spouse of the former Speaker of the National Assembly, Republic of Namibia, Honorable Laura MacLeod Kachirwa, Governor of the Commerce Region, and all other governors present, Her Worship Ndeshihafela Laranja, Mayor of the City of Windhoek, and all other mayors present, Dr. George Simata, Secretary to the Cabinet, GAOB Chief Emmanuel Gaseb, Chairperson of the Council of Traditional Leaders in Namibia, and all traditional leaders present. Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished foreign dignitaries present, distinguished service chiefs, and all men and women in uniform. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of one of the African finest soldier, General Opande from Kenya. Many of you will recall who General Opande is. If you do not know, I will explain later. Veterans of the National Liberation Struggle, I also wish to acknowledge the presence of the representative of the SWAPO's sister parties, Chama cha Mapinduzi of Tanzania, MPLA of Angola, ZANU-PF of Zimbabwe, ANC of South Africa, Frelimo of Mozambique, the Democratic Party of Botswana, Russia Communist Party, the Communist Party of China, the Communist Party of Cuba, the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, the Polisario Front, the PSUV of Venezuela, and the United Russia Party. I also wish to acknowledge the presence of Bishop Emeritus Dr. Stefanis Kameta, Bishop Emeritus Cleopas Dumeni, Reverend Lawrence Raunga Kuzachike, and the Reverend Dr. Cha Kapolo, pastor and other clergy present. Your Excellency, Mr. Joaquim Sisano, former President of the Republic of Mozambique, Your Excellency, I want to acknowledge your presence. I saw you coming, but somewhere my eyes missed your name. Senior government officials, captains of the industry, fellow Namibians, fellow mourners, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We start our program at our Heroes Acre, where we have come in our thousands to send off our dear leader, Dr. Nujoma. I therefore would like to call Dr. Kameta to come to the podium and do what he does best.
Grace be unto you, and the peace of the one who was, who is now here, and who is to come. Amen. I stand by the protocol as just established. Dear sisters and brothers, when I received this assignment about 2 days ago, I consulted what we call the textbook, which prescribe text for the particular day. And I thought I should look for text prescribed for the 1st of March, today. And while I was going through this text, a voice in myself said, no, you are at the wrong place. Go back to the 8th of February. And you know what the importance of the 8th of February is. The day on which the son of the soil, we praise God, was called to eternity, not while in exile, but on his own soil here in Namibia. And when I look at the text, which was prescribed for that particular day, the 8th of February, I was amazed, or shall I say dumbfounded, because I never preached on that text. And that particular text and this text is also not used for sermons, but it is used for the closing of the church service as a text of the blessing, written in the 4th book of Moses, called Numbers, chapter 6, verse 24 to 26. Only
Should I get on? Oh, you've got NBC link? That's not it. The new link, those are videos. You have to reload the link. SRTs, huh? Is it Rachel or Joshua? Okay, just call them and see. Joshua, our vMix crashed. Did you see that? Mics. Would like to apologize for that technical interruption. We shall be swinging back to the feed of the national broadcaster NBC as Namibia is ready to bury the late Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma.
To chase away the still existing darkness of apartheid, tribalism, disunity, greed, corruption, gender-based violence. There is not a day where you in Namibia wouldn't hear that a woman has been killed, has been raped. And the very disturbing thing which is now bringing fear in the hearts of many people, and that's robbery. That's not the Namibia Sam Nujoma fought for, together with those who were together with him. God is gracious to us. And therefore, as Namibians, we are called upon to be gracious to each other. Nothing else. To be kind to one another. Only by doing that will we keep the legacy which the founding father has left us. during the past days, we received peace. He kept us together. That's why this crowd here, people met each other, talked to each other. Even in the coffin, he brought us together. Let's learn to be doing that. Let's talk about peace. But it should not be the end, sisters and brothers. Let's talk about unity. But that should not be the end. Let's do peace. Let's do peace. Then Namibia will prosper. Let's do unity. Then Namibia will need no aid from somewhere else. And because Namibia is not an island in itself, it is in the beautiful continent of Africa. Let's not only talk peace in Africa. Let's do peace and join hands. And especially in these days and months where it seems that there is confusion all over the whole world. Let's not stand with childish things of robbing each other, of cursing each other because we don't belong to the same political parties, of putting boundaries just because we speak different languages. Let's join hands. And when we talk of the legacy which Sam Nujoma is leaving behind, let it be the practical seen legacy of a one Namibia, one nation. And when that happens, sisters and brothers, the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will console us all and fill our mountains, our rivers, our deserts, our towns and our villages and homes with that divine peace, which will lift us up and give us prosperity. I thank you for your attention. May the Lord bless us all. Amen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kameta, for the message. You are calling for unity, calling for peace. Thank you very much. There was supposed to be an item on the program by the brass band. I want to skip that, with your permission, and go to the main event here. That is for me to invite the chief mourner, President Nangolo Mbumba, to come and deliver his message. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Franz Kapofi, Minister of Defense. Thank you very much, Dr. Ita Kanji Murangi, Minister of Higher Education, our directors of ceremony this morning. Madam Kovambo Teopoldine Nujoma, Founding First Lady, the children, grandchildren, and the entire Nujoma and Kondombolo families. Your Excellency, Joao Manuel Gonzalez, Lourenco, President of the Republic of Angola and Chairperson of the African Union. Your Excellency, Dr. Emerson Dabuzo Nagagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Chairperson of SADC. Your Excellency, Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. Your Excellency, Esteban Lazo Hernandez, member of the Political Bureau of the Cuban Communist Party and President of the National Assembly of the People's Power and Council of State. Your Excellencies, Head of States and Government, and other foreign dignitaries. Your Excellency, Comrade Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia and President-elect, and Lieutenant General Denga Ndaitwah. Your Excellency, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, Second President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Pohamba. Your Excellencies, former Head of State and Government, distinguished former First Ladies, Honorable Speaker Peter Kachavivi, Your Lordship Peter Shivute, Chief Justice, Honorable Lucas Sinimbo Muha, Chairperson of the National Council. The Director of Ceremony has already said that my responsibility is because I am this title of Chief Mourner. Anyone who is called a chief would appreciate it. But being a chief mourner is not something you can appreciate. It's a heavy, heavy responsibility. Therefore, if I don't salute each one of you, you have been saluted by Honorable Kapofi. Please accept that. Therefore, let me go to my remarks. First, I don't need to welcome head of state from SADC to Namibia. All I have to say is thank you, sir, for joining us. We have gathered on these hallowed grounds, the final resting place of Namibia's heroes and heroines, to lay to rest a most distinguished son of the soil, a giant among leaders and a revolutionary icon. Although our hearts remain laden with grief, we take solace that President Sam Nujoma, who will now rest among his fellow illustrious heroes and heroines, has completed his mission with distinction, fulfilling his destiny and leaving behind the most precious gift of freedom and independence for the people of Namibia. We salute you, Comrade Nujoma, a diamond of a Tunda village, for a life well lived in the service of the people of the Republic of Namibia, the region of SADC, and the African continent. Those of us who had the privilege of being under your command during the struggle fondly recall how, as a leader, you always displayed confident demeanor in front of your comrades and your followers and your soldiers. We recall how during the Central Committee meetings in the remote areas of Angola, you would say, and I quote, "Next time, we will have this meeting of the Central Committee at the outskirts of Windhoek." Not only did you lead us to the outskirts of Windhoek, but to the heart of the city itself. We fought under your command, and we won the liberation struggle, and forever remove apartheid colonialism from the face of Namibia. Indeed, we are, in your own words, and I quote, "now the masters of our own destiny." Today, we have returned to the outskirts of Windhoek this morning, not to celebrate a homecoming, but to bid you our final welfare and our final salute. You were the ultimate statesman and commander-in-chief. Namibia is proud to call you a son of the Namibian soil. May your legacy of dedication and hard work become a source of strength for the entire Nujoma family, as well as the entire Namibian nation, as we continue to uphold your command of maintaining unity of purpose, and to fulfill your mission to improve the quality of life of the people of Namibia to the level of their counterparts in developed world. Thus, on behalf of the government and the people of the Republic of Namibia, and on the Mbumba family, and also on myself, I extend our heartfelt condolences and sincere sympathies to Madame Kovambo Nujoma, our first lady. The children, the grandchildren, and extended members of the Nujoma and Ndombolo families. The entire Namibia stand together with you during this difficult end this difficult period and in the days ahead. Dear President Samsha Fishuna Nujoma, may you rest in perfect peace as we salute you and say our final goodbyes. May God Almighty grant unto you eternal rest and make his perpetual light shine upon you. Farewell, Father of the Namibian nation. Farewell, founding President of the Republic of Namibia. Farewell, leader of the Namibian Revolution. May your brave soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Yes, and that effectively brings us to the speech part of the ceremony, which effectively marks the end of the formal proceedings. Now the next is going to be taking the casket up to the top, where he is going to be laid to rest.
The President keeping his remarks very brief, concise on this particular occasion.
Thank you very much.
He spent a bit of time eulogizing his former Commander-in-Chief, his former President, a man that he served diligently. At some point, we do know that Dr. Nangolo Mbumba in exile was the Deputy Secretary of Education for the SWAPO party. He was also a personal assistant to the SWAPO president, so they worked very closely together. After independence, he was our first Secretary of Cabinet, and then he went to Walvis Bay, where he administered with the South Africans Walvis Bay until it was officially returned to Namibia in 1994. So for those 2 years, he was a joint administrator. Thereafter, he joined cabinet for several years, and he served the president diligently in those cabinet roles. So the president really spent a bit of time yesterday eulogizing the president, recalling all of those events and all of the gallantry that we have come to know of our founding president. So what we know is that the casket will now be taken to the gravesite, all the way up, as we pointed out, the layout of the Heroes Acre, and you'll be able to witness that the casket will be taken up the hill, obviously with the guard of honor making its way up that particular steep hill as well.
Yes, the casket is about, they're preparing the casket to move it to the top, to where the mausoleums are constructed and where he will be laid to rest in one of the mausoleums.
The entourage of the bishops will proceed with the pallbearers to the gravesite. They are the first to proceed there. You are not told to go. Where are you going? I see you are carrying your cameras running away to the site. You are not going to go there. Wait. Wag. Jullie moet wag. wag, wait.
Yes, and there you can see the police band coming up. They will also be performing very, very shortly. They actually came from the bottom, and they will now be coming to perform. And this is while the body is being taken to the top. There you can see the mausoleums, and this is where the body will be taken to. The casket will be drawn up this steep hill and will be taken to the mausoleum that you see.
The founding president joining other luminaries, other heroes and heroines of the struggle who have been laid to rest here at the Heroes' Acre.
Yes, you have a you have about 6 heroes and heroines who were brought back from Zambia and Angola, and they were laid to rest here at Heroes' Acre. And then you also have those that died in the country after independence, and they were also laid to rest here. So amongst those that are laid here at Heroes' Acre, just on the outskirts of the capital, Windhoek, you have our first Speaker of Parliament, former Foreign Minister Theo Ben-Gurab, who was also a comrade in arms of the founding president from his days in exile when he was a student in the States, and then later headed the SWAPO mission to the United Nations, and was instrumental in the crafting of Resolution 435. And in fact, he was at all the negotiations that culminated in Resolution 435. So Theo Ben-Gurab is buried here. Of course, the icon, the stalwart, Andimba Toivo is also laid to rest here. And we all know his history. He was one of the founder members of OPC, Ovambulan People's Congress, which then became the Ovambulan People's Organization, which then was transformed into the Southwest Africa People's Organization, SWAPO. He is one of the founder members, a key founder member, spent many years on Robben Island, and was also the symbol for SWAPO and Namibia's liberation. His photograph was used alongside that of Mandela's to galvanize support for SWAPO in exile. Also buried here is Hidipo Hamutenya, one of the ideologues of SWAPO, renowned thinker, renowned intellect, who crafted, including the national anthem of Namibia and the national anthem of SWAPO, crafted by Hidipo Hamutenya. He is also laid to rest here. And of course, you, Kadambire, you have the forefathers, the first war of liberation. You have people like, symbolically, because their bodies are not actually here, but they have slabs, they have tombstones, symbolically. Who are those?
Yes, amongst them is Chief Kahime Mangubauva. We do know that Chief Gubauva of the Ovambanderu was wounded in a battle in 1896, and thereafter he surrendered to the Germans, but he was executed thereafter, and so symbolically he's buried here. The anti-colonial resistance, obviously, is something that preceded the national liberation struggle, and those heroes are honored here. Nehale Liambingana, the king of the Ondonga, who defeated the settlers of the Deutschland Trek in 1886, and the German colonial forces at Fort Namutoni in 1904. Samuel Maharero, paramount chief of the Herero people who led uprisings against German colonialism. That obviously resulted in the Herero Nama War of 1904 to 1908. Hendrik Vetvoy, who's depicted on our currency, the chief of the Nama people, a captain of the Nama people, who fought gallantly against German colonial rule in the country. Jacob Morenga, who also waged a guerrilla war against the Imperial German army in the country. Mandume Yademufayo, the king of the Okwanyama, who led resistance in battles against the South African colonial forces. Ipumbu Yashilongo, the king of the Ukwambi, and a strong nationalist who resisted European cultural influence and control in the country. Anna Kakurukade Mungunda, the only woman who's featuring amongst that illustrious crowd, who was a protester against the forced eviction of Namibians from Windhoek's old location in 1999. We all know that set off the events of the uprising, and amongst others, Dr. Sem Shafishuna Nujoma left the country thereafter as well. Chief Hosea Kutako, the paramount chief of the Herero, the early petitioner to the United Nations, the foremost nationalist of the country, he is also honored here as well.
Yes, indeed. And apart from that, you also have those heroes and former freedom fighters who died in the country after independence, but before the construction of Heroes Acre. And of course, I'm talking about people like Moses Garoeb, who was in exile, the administrative secretary of SWAPO. He then became SWAPO Secretary General before he became Minister of Labor. He died before the construction of Heroes Acre, so he was buried at the old location cemetery, as did Peter Musheange, who was the Secretary of Defense of SWAPO in exile, then became the founding Minister of Defense of Namibia before being sent to China as Namibia's ambassador to China. He died before the construction of Heroes Acre, and he was also buried in Kadatura. And then you have Anton Lubovsky, who was gunned down before independence. He was gunned down, a SWAPO functionary, a leading SWAPO member, activist, freedom fighter, and he was buried in Kadatura. And so these three heroes who were accorded hero status, their remains were disinterred and then reburied at Heroes Acre.
You are seeing the pallbearers there, Chief Herman Ipumbu, Mukwanilwa Johannes Mupiwa, Honorable Pendukeni Ivula Itana, Honorable Laura McLeod Kashirwa, Major General Retired Charles Nimolo, and Lieutenant General Retired Martin Charlie. We had an opportunity to chat with Lieutenant General Retired Martin Charlie yesterday during our program as well.
We also have reserve pallbearers, and these would be Dr. Libertina Madela, Dr. Comrade Mr. Kanana Ishona, and Colonel Retired Eddie Shimi, and Colonel Retired Nepando Amupanda.
And we have seen the struggle icon and stalwart Dr. Libertina Madila. She has made her way here, and we can see her in our shot. Actually, she is not seated very far from where we are. She is such a stalwart, and our first Minister of Local Government, and later long-serving Minister of Health, and also Deputy Prime Minister.
Absolutely, she was also the first Minister of Local Government and Housing, and in that portfolio, right at the beginning of independence, she made it her duty to tar, all the roads in Kadatura, put street lamps and put fences on the roads along the main road, which is now Independence Avenue, leading into Katutura. That's one of the things. And then she was actually telling me that when she arrived, she found that the people staying in those matchbox apartheid-era houses had been paying rent all those years. And she felt that they had paid the cost of the building of the houses 20 times over. So what she did is she embarked on a project with the approval of government under President Nujoma to give the houses to the people who had been living there all those years, give the title deeds. All they had to do was to pay for the transfer of the title deeds, but they no longer had to pay. The houses were given to them. It was written off. They were given to them. The jubilation of the people who benefited from this gesture was absolutely unimaginable. I remember we did take to the streets to talk to people. They were absolutely ecstatic. Some of them were in tears about this fantastic gesture.
Not only on the housing front, but we all know the compounds that littered every town, and obviously a colonial legacy from the old, contract labor system, where you had workers grouped in this facilities, and she came to transform the old compounds, make them livable, facilities once again. And they were quite unhygienic at the time as well.
Yes,
also, transformations even on the local leadership front. The zebra list system that we now hail, that has been adopted in leadership structures of the country, was something that she championed earlier on in the Local Authorities Act, that made it possible for women councillors, local authority councillors, to be prominent members of those structures as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a huge crowd that is turned out today at Heroes Acre. It really is a big crowd. It's literally standing room only, and the crowd goes right down the road. It is really, as you can see, yes, from that shot, it really is full. And people felt that they had to come and pay their last respects to the founding president and father of the nation one last time. The honor of father of the nation and founding president was bestowed upon President Nujoma after he left office, and it was bestowed upon him by an act of parliament. So he was thereafter known as the founding president and father of the nation. Yeah.
We do understand from yesterday the leader of the official opposition, Honorable McHenry Venani, also informing us that he played a role somewhat, because the motion or the bill was introduced, we understand now, by the vice president now, the president-elect, but from behind the scenes, the leader of the official opposition moved that this particular piece of legislation be adopted unanimously by Parliament, so that recognition is given to our founding president.
The president of Zimbabwe, Emerson Mnangagwa, making their way to the mausoleum. Yes, they will be getting in their cars and making their way to the mausoleum, where the founding president is going to be laid to rest.
We see the Prime Minister, Saraku Kangala Amadila, and Mr. Amadila also getting into the vehicle. That first cabinet of the Republic of Namibia. Obviously, we just talked about Dr. Lipetina Madila, but Honorable Pendukeni Vula Itana, the other lady amongst in that cabinet, that founding cabinet of the Republic, she was responsible for sports and youth, and now she is serving as a pallbearer on this particular occasion. She's also the deputy chairperson of the Nujoma Foundation, very close to the president, founding president, that is. That's the vice president, president-elect. In less than 20 days from now, she will be sworn in as Namibia's 5th president. What they did was they printed out iconic pictures of the founding president, either meeting other dignitaries or holding children with that beaming smile once again, and they have posted them here at the Heroes Acre. If you drive up the road, you'll be able to see those big portrait pictures.
Yeah, in fact, a lot of the pictures come from the National Archives, and they were blown up and put along the driveway, as you said.
One interesting factoid on this particular occasion that we can share with you is that some of the quotes of the president, we understand from the Minister of Information that his quotes and a Bible verse will be
inscribed.
Inscribed, yes, that's the right word.
President Mnangagwa with his signature scarf of the Zimbabwean flag of Zimbabwe. Making.
Yes, please go ahead. President Hifikepunye Pohamba, former President Hifikepunye Pohamba. And former First Lady Benahopi for Pohamba. At 89 years old strong.
I would like to call the first line here, 3 vice presidents here.
You can see Ambassador Ipumbu, the chief of protocol, really has been on national duty during this period, serving the country in this particular role as chief of protocol, really facilitating and making sure that the program flows seamlessly yesterday and today as well.
I suspect this could be the vice president of Tanzania. Yes.
What they have tried to do over the years now is really to record the history of the liberation struggle. We understand that there is a center that has been started that is now housed in Tanzania, where the history of the liberation movements is being documented as well in various formats, in written word, but also in documentaries and the like. So this history, that particular history, is now properly documented. And we see Lieutenant General retired Ian Khama, former president of Botswana.
Please move the shuttle, move.
General Khama there conferring with Tatepen Amadila. So the formative members of Oppo, SWAPO are really, as we have said, they are disappearing from the scene. You now have quite a handful of them that know and have observed those events close up. Tatabenda Madila being one of them, Vinia Dadi being another, and former President Ifike Punye Pohamba. And so they were at that onset of that important political activism that happened in the country.
Seretse Ian Khama, we hadn't seen him before. In fact, I think this is the first time that we're actually seeing him on our screens. Hinsley.
Now the buses are not there. Why are they taking long? I'm waiting for the shuttles. Where are they? I'm waiting for the shuttles. They should not be stuck up there.
Because they told us when. That is former President Hifikepunye Pohamba saying goodbye to a comrade in arms. And we do know that they met in the early 60s. The President telling us yesterday that he met the founding President in 1963, I believe. And they have been at each other's side since then. When you read the book of the former president, you get to appreciate the friendship between the two. At one stage, he shares a little bit of an anecdote where he went to the hospital to see the founding president who was not well at a particular point in time. And all of a sudden, Dr. Pohamba could not leave, and the attending doctor at the time then told him, no, you need to leave. The visiting time has ended. But he then said, no, you can just as well book me in because I'm not leaving. So they ended up staying, both of them, in hospital for a couple of days. So that tells you the close relationship between the founding president and the second president of the republic. This is the former Finnish president. She's also waiting to be taken all the way up. But as you can see, it's quite a sizable number of dignitaries have made their way up. Close family members and cabinet ministers. This is the representative of the Cuban president, speaker of their parliament.
These people must wait.
Joao, and it went so well this year. Yeah, we are serious. Yes. Yeah. Are you well? I am okay. Toka home. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Peaceful, eh? Great job, by the way. This is so good.
Diri apa kan? Ini penis. Set man. Anu itu kau dia apa yang ni? Iya. Dia udah kawan kan. Apa mana penya? Dia udah kawan kan. Aí que tocar a conta.
And there you see the former Prime Minister, former Deputy Prime Minister, First Minister of Local Government, Dr. Libertine Amadela Apollos, making her way to the graveside. Earlier on your screens, you did see the president of, the former president of the DRC, Joseph Kabila.
We understand from the Ministry of Information, Communication Technology that over 650 foreign journalists have been accredited to cover the burial of our founding father.
And for those of you who have just joined us, we are coming to you live from Heroes Acre, where we are laying the founding president and father of the nation, President Sam Nujoma, to rest. We earlier had a memorial service yesterday at Independence Avenue, and his body lay in state, and Namibians were able to go and pay their last respects. And today we are laying him to rest. Where will he be buried, Kadembere?
In that picture you just saw former President Thabo Mbeki, former President Joaquim Chissano of Mozambique. Their tenure in office obviously coincided with that of our former president, the founding president that is, and the father of the Namibian nation. President for 15 years. And so he served alongside the SADC leaders, and they interacted with him and they engaged with him on a number of issues confronting the SADC region and the African continent.
Is this the statue of the unknown soldier? Indeed. Looking remarkably like the founding president. There's a huge crowd that has come out from far and wide, we are assuming, that have come to pay their respects. They are braving the hot sun and waiting very patiently to see off their founding president, icon, hero, father of the nation.
When I was making my way into the Heroes Acre, I found, a father with about three or four of his kids, just making their way into the stadium. And I asked him, why have you asked these little ones to accompany you? And he's saying, look, there's a historical event, and therefore these children need to know and appreciate this history. And so the whole community has come together. For the past 20 days, Namibians in all four corners of our republic have come together to pay their final respects in a dignified manner with an outpouring of love for their founding president.
Kadembere, it's hardly surprising that you have delegations from Angola, from Tanzania, from Nigeria, from Ghana, from Zimbabwe, and of course from South Africa, because these countries during the liberation struggle had very close ties with the founding president. They are some of the countries, and of course Finland, they are some of the countries that provided material and other support to SWAPO, the liberation movement.
President-elect and General retired Daitwa. President Thabo Mbeki now conferring with the Zimbabwean and Angolan presidents. Justice Chivute, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Namibia, and Judge Chivute.
The bus doesn't have anybody.
And this is the former First Lady, founding First Lady, Madam Kovambo Nujoma, being taken to the car and obviously making her way to lay her dear husband to rest.
whether those cars that were making their way to the Heroes Acre, whether that line has disappeared or whether there are still people that are trying to make their way to the Heroes Acre. The public members, as we saw a bit earlier, the roads were quite busy and there was a long line snaking its way to the Heroes Acre.
Indeed, the roads were very busy. We're being informed that the roads are clear, so anybody who would like to make their way to Heroes Acre, please do so. You can see the presidents have now taken their place in the tent which has been erected at the top next to the mausoleum where the founding president, President Sam Nujoma, is going to be laid to rest. You can see President Mnangagwa of Zimbabwe, Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa, Joao Lourenco of Angola, the Vice President and President-elect Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, with her husband, retired General Ndaitwah, Denka Ndaitwah. That is Dr. Libertine next to him. And that is Libertine, Dr. Libertine. And of course, the second president, President Hifikepunye Pohamba, also known as Lucas Pohamba.
We understood yesterday, Honorable McHenry Venani, the only person that named the former president by name yesterday. Something that is unusual, but I assume the peers of his generation call him by that name.
When you look at it from this angle, from this vantage point, it may appear that Heroes Acre has been, or the way it's constructed, is not very user-friendly for people living with disabilities or who have challenges with walking, because there are no ramps, as it were, or there has been no provision at this occasion for ramps to be put up to make it easier for wheelchairs and other mobile devices or assistants to be able to make it. As you can see, these are stairs, and people with mobility challenges have to walk up the stairs.
Yes, that is obviously work for another day that needs to be immediately instituted so that this is taken care of. Nonetheless, Namibians, joined by their friends from across the region, the continent, and globally, are paying their final respects to the founding father of the Namibian nation.
Making his way up the stairs.
Engineer Daddy was an organizer in Walvis Bay as well. And I interviewed him once, and he was telling me that he was earmarked to go to the United Nations to petition, and the plan was for him to get on one of the ships. But obviously he did not make that particular trip. But obviously one of the early liberation activists at the time, organizing in Walvis Bay and other areas, including the northern parts of the country, for workers to join OPPO and then successfully the SWAPO.
Henry Penani, the leader of the official opposition, who gave a rousing speech yesterday at the memorial of the late founding president.
He has a cunning ability to read the room, and really at that particular moment yesterday we saw a statesman building bridges across the political divide, as it were. Very heartfelt message.
so verliert. Alles op die aarde, stil wachtend op die vuur. Wachtend, 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 stil wachtend op die vuur. Lei alles op die aarde, stil wachtend op die vuur. Wachtend, 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 stil wachtend op die vuur. Since I've started for the time of the midnight, have I
Yes, we are getting to the point where the founding president is finally going to be laid to rest. They are taking his casket now into the gun carriage, and the chief mourner is directly behind. The Nujoma family will also follow the chief mourner. And they will be making their way to where the mausoleum is awaiting to receive the remains of the founding president. All the dignitaries are now seated at the tent, including the widow, the founding first lady. And here they are, awaiting the arrival of the casket.
the crush of the thunder, precious Lord, hear my cry, keep me safe till the storm passes. till the storm passes over, till the thunder sounds no more, till the clouds rolls forever from the sky. Hold me fast, let me stand in the hollow of thy hand. Keep me safe till the storm passes by. Till the storm passes over, till the thunder sounds no more, till the clouds rolls forever from the sky. Hold me fast, let me stand in the hollow of thy hand. Keep me safe till the storm passes by. Many times Satan whispers, there is no use to try, for there's no end of sorrow, there's no hope by and by. But I know thou art with me, and tomorrow I will rise when the storm never darkens the sky. Oh, till the storm passes over, till the thunders sounds no more, till the clouds rolls forever from the sky. Hold me fast, let me stand in the hollows of thy hand. Keep me safe till the storm passes by. Keep me safe, keep me safe till the storm passes by. Keep me safe till the storm passes by. born of his spirit, washed in his blood. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine. Oh, what a foretaste of glory divine, and of salvation, purchased of God, born of his spirit, washed in his blood. Oh, this is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story, this is my song.
Dear mourners, the casket has arrived. As it's been lowered to the carrier here, we may have to stand to show it respect thereof, Your Excellencies.
The pallbearers, civilian pallbearers that is, waiting in the background to do what they need to be doing. Carefully selected, the civilian pallbearers, including pallbearers that have served in the military of the country post-independence, part of the erstwhile freedom fighters of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, former cabinet ministers, and traditional chiefs and traditional leaders. What an honor for them to be saying goodbye to the founding father in this befitting manner. The public that has gathered here, Namibians from all walks of life that have made their way to the Heroes' Acre, patiently observing these proceedings from the screens that have been provided. Bishop retired Sefania Kameta began the service. Yesterday, you heard how the church has played an instrumental role in the liberation struggle by galvanizing support, by actively mobilizing their congregants, by preaching from the pulpit. And we'll be hearing the benediction will be done by none other than Bishop Emeritus Cleopas Tumeni from the Evangelical Lutheran Church in Namibia, Elson, a legendary figure in the church circles of this country as well, who himself played an instrumental role and bore the brunt of the colonial forces at the time for doing just that, siding with the Namibian people in their cause for total liberation.
The gun carriage has just driven past Kadambiri and making its way back to the barracks. It has carried out its duty, it's carried out its mandate. It was the gun carriage that led the procession on the body's arrival at the international airport, through the procession, through Independence Avenue, through Moses Karoeb Street, through Winnie Mandela Street. It stopped at SWAPO office for a brief ceremony and continued up Robert Mugabe to finally lay in rest at Parliament Gardens. So the public was also able to go and pay their respects at Parliament Gardens. The following day, on Friday, the gun carriage took the casket to the Independence Stadium, where the memorial service took place.
The lowering of the casket concurrently with the 21-gun salute, there will also be a fly past. So that is something that we'll be looking forward to as the Air Force also bids farewell to their Commander-in-Chief, former Commander-in-Chief, founding Commander-in-Chief.
blistering hot day, unlike the previous day at the memorial service, the heavens opened up and they just poured. It was pouring. And it has been raining every single day since the day of the announcing of the death of the founding president. And today it is hot, it is sunny, not a cloud in sight.
The President of the Republic yesterday jokingly saying that the visiting heads of state brought rain with them, but also the former president, as we know, he's our rainmaker. During his inauguration, it rained cats and dogs, and he has been renowned for, at every occasion that he officiates, that President Pohamba, the heavens will open.
Yes, please, let's be seated, Your Excellencies. We are now going to observe the removal the casket is about to be taken to the grave. The bearers can now proceed to take the casket to the grave.
When peace like a river tendeth my way, when sorrows like sea pillows whatever my Lord thou hast done, it is well with my
Yes, you can see the family lining up, the guard of honor as well, and the pallbearers. They are getting ready to lower the casket into his final resting place. There's going to be a fly past. We are just waiting for the fly past to happen. And as the casket is being lowered, there will be a concurrent 21-gun salute. Later on, we'll be bringing you an interview with Ambassador Kakena Ndilula Angula. She was our former ambassador, Namibia's former ambassador to Ethiopia, and then the consul general to Angola. But before that, she worked at the SWAPO office at the United Nations. And after that, she worked in the office of the founding president, from where she was seconded from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I'll be bringing you that interview after the fly past. And there you can see the mausoleum from the front. And these mausoleums are located at the very top of Heroes Acre. They are at the topmost end of this beautiful place, which is located on a hill just on the outskirts of the capital, Windhoek. The flag obviously is going to be folded and handed to the widow. And you can see inscribed on the casket, founding president and father of the Namibian nation, together with the coat of arms of Namibia, of the country, on the cover, on the lid. And on the left side is his name, Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. The casket is made of bronze, which will ensure that it remains intact forevermore. They are going to hand the flag to the family, to the widow.
a journey that began on the 12th of May 1929 has come to an official close. Namibia has had to do what we believed would be unthinkable, what we believed would not come in any of our lifetimes, but it has happened. We have buried Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. Togo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is that is the journey into infinity starts essentially from here. Of course, you could say it started on the 8th of February, but physically it starts from this very moment. Sam Nujoma is no longer with us. He's gone forever. He's silenced forever. And as they say in African tradition, when the head of a homestead or whatever, of course, Sam Nujoma was no longer officially president, but we looked at him as still that father figure overlooking us in this Namibian house. And as tradition, usually once that happens, you know, there's this aftermath where people congregate and say, your father is no longer in this house. This is how we move forward as a family. And just like in that setting, we must now reflect upon ourselves as a country and say, that guiding light is no longer here. How do we move on from here? It can come in many forms, living some of the virtues that Sam Nujoma believed in, but also organizing perhaps in the coming years, starting maybe next year, for example, some sort of Sam Nujoma memorial lectures where we reflect on his legacy, what we can learn from it, what he would have not approved had he been alive by that time, and that is one of the ways to really keep his legacy alive, but also to still continue to be guided by his virtues.
Yes, because when someone devotes their mortal life to us, it becomes our role to keep them immortal.
Yes.
With regards to their ideas, with regards to their legacy, with regards to how they contributed to the formation of this Namibian society that we are absolutely proud of, that we are grateful for. We're going to quickly thank the NBC national broadcaster for being with us, not just us, you know, SABC South Africa, they were also assisted by NBC. We truly thank them for their gallant service on this important day. But from Toivo Njebela and myself, Ashwin Berry, you'll be able to see us next week.
Oh, absolutely. Hopefully in different
in different circumstances.
Yeah.
But ultimately, there's one man you won't be able to see. His name is Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, and we've said goodbye to an African pioneer, and very, very important, the last man standing.